Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. All day Thursday today. Let's see. Izzy Watts. Izzy. We need to talk. It's a wonderful Thursday for most of us, but unfortunately for you, you have won the internet today. And whatever that brings, that's on your shoulders now. I want to thank you, first of all, for being first in chat, but as a punishment, you now own the internet. Congratulations. Izzy, thank you so much for being first in chat. The first person in chat every day wins the internet. We re-gift it again every time we start a live stream. It's like the gift that keeps on giving. If you want to win, just be here first. Say something in chat, and that will be you. It could be you. And Izzy almost wishes it was, I'm sure right now. But congratulations, Izzy. Thank you so much. Quick roll call today as we're getting started here. We've got more of the the Iowa triple murder case to follow today, which will be wonderfully exciting. Let's see. Denise, Ritz, Coffee Mom, Carol, good morning to you. Izzy, oh no. Yeah. You walked right into it. And once you type that, even if you retract the message, I was watching. I would have grabbed it before you retracted it, and we're going to give it to you no matter what. You did win the internet. Congratulations, Carly. Good to have you here. Laura, Tish. Woohoo, not it, says Tish. You've learned, Tish. It's amazing. That's the secret. If you don't want to win, just be second or later. Laura's here. Another Laura. We have two Lauras back to back. Back to back Lauras is a great thing. Tony Fortune, good morning to all you fine people. Good morning to you as well, Tony. Good to have you here. Samantha, oh dear, you've gone and done it now. Good luck. Yep. Good morning, Golden Mom. Good to have you as well. We have some incredible internet sleuths here. Let me just say the burner phone is fantastic to be on this end of the burner phone. So many of you are so incredible at hunting down information and detecting it the moment it drops, and then forwarding that to me. It is fantastic. I appreciate. I love all of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Let's see. So, Izzy, you're honored yet terrified. That's the appropriate response. It's not terrible. No, it's not a terrible morning. It's just sometimes the internet can be a handful. That's all. Ginger, good morning. WeatherWatch is a great day to have a great day. Unless you're in Florida, which apparently WeatherWatch is still sending a lot of cold weather to. Like 3 consecutive mornings of freezing temperatures. And the iguanas are not having it. They're just dropping out of trees in protest. Katrina, good morning. Good to have you. Golden Girl, I think we got you already. Oh, that was Golden Mom. Golden Girl and Golden Mom. No relation, I believe. Between the two. Rise and shine, beautiful people. Not a Drama Llama is in the house. Good morning. Thanks for being awesome. All right. Thank you, Not a Drama Llama. I know that pressure. That's why I always run late now. You just have to be a minute late. That's it. Melissa, happy Thursday. Oh, snowy Thursday. It's cold where Melissa is. We'll take a weather report maybe from her in just a minute. That guy's here, Katie Martin. On a globe, Richard is just waking up. 3 hands. I guess that's a good thing. 3 high fives. Lynn is here. Good morning. Red pen. I'm here, buried under ice and snow, but here. Kathy is good. Freezing / snowy, sleeting, rainy morning addicts. It's beautiful where I am. It's 54 degrees. Let me just check what's going to happen here today. It's going to be 73. 73 and partly cloudy. I don't know what you guys are complaining about. It's a beautiful spring morning here in the middle of winter in North Carolina. Anne brought more donuts, popcorn, drinks, everything. She's covering the breaks. Apparently, she's got everything covered. So congratulations. Thank you, Anne. We'll visit the treat table here in a minute. Izzy says, I haven't won it before. Hopefully everything will be okay. Well, Izzy, there's a first time for everything. And you might want this to be your last as well. I'm just saying, it just depends how it goes. You know, sometimes it's a little iffy. Oops, that's me. That's the wrong me. There we go. Where's my courtroom gone? Why am I sitting in the dark? Look at this. It's like they've turned off the lights in the courtroom, and I've got the spotlight on me, which means I'm going to have to dive under the table. And you guys are probably going to get to see it. I think there's a button I need to push. Let's see. Weatherwatch says, trust me, you have zero chance of failing as miserably as I did. Weatherwatch had a bad day of it. Bad day for the internet. At the same time, it was a bad day for weather. And so he was pulled both directions. Samantha Terry is here. It's good that you guys are here early. It's so exciting for me to see you guys in chat. It just gets me hyped for the morning. Eileen says, good morning, everyone. Good to have you, Eileen. 80s Music Man is here. Nancy, that guy, Mississippi Raptors and Reptiles. Good morning to you. Good to have you here. How are the reptiles handling the cold today? Lots of people. Oh, my goodness. I need to go lots faster. Let's see. KQD, good morning. It's 26.2 in my front yard with no precipitation. I wonder what the backyard is. I'm just asking. I'm curious. I'm almost ready to put my aquarium on its stand. It takes 2 men, so I'll be contacting son-in-law today. I'm assuming it's going to be empty when you're picking it up. Full aquariums are not items to be picked up. And how many gallons is it? I seem to remember you having like a 40 or a 60 or an 80 gallon. It seemed huge. There's a lawsuit. Yeah, I think that sound is still working. It should work, hopefully. Is it set up? Nope. Now it should. Let's try that. I think the sounds are working now. I had to change a setting. Who did I miss? Ritz is here. Sharon McDonald, happy Thursday, addicts. Catlog, good morning, peeps. She beat Tag to it. That was like Tag's line before. I think she was the first with the peeps, but I will adopt it as well. KF70IK, 5 degrees leaving Evanston this morning. If it was 5 degrees anywhere.
There's a lawsuit.
There it works. If it was 5 degrees anywhere, I would leave in the morning. I'd be like, I'm not staying here. Not at 5 degrees. Nope. Head to somewhere warmer. Denise is here. Sharon Cass, Bella, Sandy Fields, Red Pen. I think we got you already. An American Girl, North American Girl. Good morning. Kathy, Sassy Girl, happy Thursday to you as well. Ven is here. Good morning, Ven. Up early this morning. Over half of us have not clicked like. That's funny. Linda Hill. Who am I missing? Angie. I hate to miss people, especially on the roll call. Were you ever that kid at school when the teacher called the roll and you weren't on the list? The worst part was if it was day one. If it was like your first day in class and they call the roll and you're not on the list, you're like, I'm supposed to be in this class. They sent me to this class. I think I'm in the right room. And then the teacher doesn't call your name and you're like, yes. Yeah. I don't want to do that to anybody. I don't want you to feel like, oh, I didn't call my name. I'm supposed to be here. Let's see. 6-Volt Bus, good to have you here. 6-Volt, I need to check on your order. I think it should be shipping out soon. I just want to make sure. And thank you, by the way, for that. Maria McKee, good morning to you. Nick Nico, Nancy, did I miss Nancy? I think Beth, we got everybody. Cheryl Myers, Sunshine, and Sunflowers, good morning. Good to have you here. 7, good morning, boy. Last Poet, Miss Chris, Dallas K. See, there are some people who just wait until it's nice and safe, so there's no chance of them winning the internet. And they come in on the tail end of the roll call, just to be sure, in case some people have to leave and it gets passed down the list. Jojo Peters here, Ann Schatcher. I can't say that. There's too many CHs in a row for me. Schatcher, Ann Schatcher. I think that's right. We're going to call you that, Ann, even if that's not your name. Sorry. That's the best I can do. JoJo's here. Shells, Warflare, another Laura. We've got lots of Lauras today. You can never have enough Lauras. Denise says, shout out to JB in Canada. Of course, JB up in Canada, listening up there in the frozen tundra of the north. Good morning to you, JB. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Check in, make sure you're doing all right sometime, Will. I'd love to talk to you again just for a moment, see how things are going. Let's see, JoJo, Gordon Blackett, Shells. Toxic Orchid. Did you hear they found the glove, dog, and they found a glove, dog, and human hair and blood in the Idaho 4 murders? Toxic. Yeah, that was fascinating. In the BK case, they had we got this information from, I got it from Amber Toxic. That's why I got it. But, and a couple other people, I think, maybe Golden Mom sent it to me as well. Maybe Tina. There were several of you sent me stuff. But WSU up in Washington, they had a role in this case. Right at the end of the year, I think it was the 29th of December, they conducted a search on Brian's apartment. Sort of about the time he was getting arrested and everything over in the East Coast. I have to check the dates. I think it was around the same time. So they conduct a search on the apartment, and the list of what they're supposed to search for is basically anything that has to do, any pictures of any of the people who lived in the house, any pictures of the house, any information, any GPS, any device that might have GPS information or maps or searches or something about the location and getting there and distances, and any physical item that might belong to any of those people, just anything that might have DNA on it. So there's a whole big long list. Specifically, they're looking for something that could be used to stab or to cut. They're looking for any receipts of him purchasing something that could stab and cut, and just a ton of things. But at the end of this report that they released, they had a list of the items they actually confiscated from his house. And those items included several hairs, and it included like the vacuum package, or the bottle. I think it was like the case for vacuum package for a portable vacuum that might have been used to like clean out a car, or to clean up after something. And it had lots of hairs and dog hairs and something possibly associated with the vacuum. But they just got a lot of interesting things. A black glove, the little rubber glove that we see on the witness stand all the time. Jojo Peter says, this is really early for you. Thanks for being here anyway. Thank you. But Toxic, that's exciting about the Idaho murders update. And also, hopefully we get some more information about the Instagram issue. He reached out to one of the victims on Instagram over and over and over. I think it was only one way. But was that the first contact? Did he find them on Instagram and then find them in real life? Or was there something before then? Was some sort of contact where he got somebody's Insta and then followed that way? Carol, first bell ringer. Yay! Awesome, Carol. Thank you. Catching up here. Christy, that's a lot of gadgets on that desk. There sure is. And I need more, right? I need more gadgets. I've got a few over here you can't see. But yeah, it's a lot of gadgets. And I have some even more impressive looking gadgets down here. One day I'll show you what they look like. It's mostly red and white buttons. But I've got about 211 buttons here and another 50 or so on the machine here. And hopefully one day I'll have this organized so that I can fit them up here. We'll probably do a behind the scenes and show you how all this works one day as well. Let's see. Mary Murphy's here. Good morning, YouTube friends. Good morning, Mary. Good to have you here. Wouldn't be the same without you. Glad to have you this morning. Rainy, cold in PA, watching a flock of turkeys go by. Turkeys are those birds that are amazing to watch in the distance and sometimes up close, but not as fun to watch in your yard because they make a mess. They're quite messy animals as far as the poop goes. Bite Me says, good morning on this fabulous Thursday. Hit that like button. Thank you, Bite Me. Thanks for being here. Sarah, longtime lurker. Really enjoy your live streams. Sarah, thanks for coming out of the shadows. You're welcome in chat anytime. Lurkers are welcome as well. You don't have to talk. You don't have to subscribe. You don't have to be a member. Just being here is enough. But glad to officially make your acquaintance. Thank you, Sarah, for that. Scarlett O'Hara is here. Like button. Holly Henderson is here as well. Let's see, who else have we missed here? That guy. Sarah, don't lurk. We only bite once. Yeah, once you join, we just wrap our arms around you and welcome you in and never let you go. That's what we do. Ken Laughter is here. Morning, RA and folks with Pickle Jar seat. Suzanne, Tish, you and the weather need to be nice. Weather Watch, you and the weather need to be nice. On the other note, California is good now, so thanks for that. Finally, Tish, I think you guys are finally out of that the back-to-back storms, and that was pretty rough. Hopefully you guys, those that were affected, I think mostly it was the coast that got the worst of it and areas where there was runoff and flooding, but hopefully you guys can dry out a little bit and get back to your beautiful 80-degree weather every day, all day. MCAT's here. Good morning. We have some icy rain coming our way too. Fun. Yeah. No, that's not fun. Tracy's here. Let's see. Ed, Golden Girl, Ritz. I think we've got most of the people here. I'm just scanning. This is the point where I usually miss somebody. I'm trying very hard not to do that. Michelle Johnson says, good Thursday morning to everyone and me. A NEMS girl, I'm surprised the warrant didn't ask for financial records to try to put him in Moscow and the suspected route, etc. NEMS girl, there may be another search warrant for that might be released, that would be released later on. Possibly a warrant that was sent to financial institutions where he has, if he uses Apple Pay for something, or if he uses a credit card or something like that. They probably will gather that data as they're building a complete picture. I just realized I'm waterless today. I have no more Deer Park water. Where's my Deer Park representative who can get us a sponsorship and send us some water? Bella says, day after brutal PT yesterday. Happy to be sitting on my bum for a bit. Get some rest, Bella. When I did PT after a car accident, they told me that if it hurts, I'm doing it wrong. And I like that physical therapist, but not every physical therapist has that same idea. Sometimes they say pain is gain. Mine luckily did not think that, but I'm all better. Hopefully you will get all better too as well. Can't wait to see what they recover from PA and the car. That'll be interesting to see the list of evidence. What did he miss? I mean, we know he scoured the car. We know he tried to clean it. I want to see what he got out of the car, put in the bags, and put in his neighbor's trash. And I want to see what he thought he had cleaned out of the car, but the police were able to find. I think that'll be that's like the gotcha. That's like, haha, you tried, but we found it anyway. Gypsy Purple, good evening from Australia. I hope the day has been fantastic for you, Gypsy, because you get it before we do. So that's good. I am love conscious, says hi from cold UK. What part of the UK, love conscious? Just curious. I've been to parts around London. Basically north of the Thames, as far north as Kings Lynn, and maybe Aylesbury is about as far west as I've gone. Let's see. Hugs to Abby. Abby, do you need hugs today? She's got Weather Watch under arrest, apparently. That's what's happening. Let's see. I think we've caught up with everybody. Lady Trisha Lawyer had a turkey attack me driving down the road, tried to kill the tire. Some of them can be very aggressive. Yes. Be careful. They have those, their feet look like dinosaur feet. Like if, how the scientists say everything evolved from monkeys or whatever else. Hogwash for a lot of people, it's hard to imagine that. But at the same time, if you look at a turkey's feet, they never evolved. They stayed the same from when they were roaming the earth, eating T-Rexes or the carcasses of T-Rexes. Let's see. Got a couple people that have some surgeries, things going on. If you need prayers or thoughts or anything, reach out to us. We're hoping everything goes well today, for sure. Holly Henderson says, first time able to make the live stream. Awesome, Holly. It's good to have you here. We're trying to get started here in just a little bit. As a matter of fact, I probably need to find my remote so I can get the channel up and running properly. There we go. Let me get things lined up here so we can watch. Not the antifreeze trial. Wait for it. Okay, here we go. Give me just a minute. We'll have it pulled up. Pickles.politics, formerly TW, is watching on the big screen today. Hopefully I look great there too. Michelle Battersby says, good morning, all. How do you think the trial is going so far? Michelle, I think you were one who watched some of this before. Maybe that was a different Michelle, but you might have been following along earlier. So we have some catch up to do. I know we watched the body cam footage edited. We listened to the 911 call. We watched the opening statements. We've missed a lot of the testimony that's happened before then. So if there's something that happened in there that's really pertinent and important in the prosecution side, because that's all we've had so far, let us know. But it seems to be a lot of evidence against him and very little evidence, only just, like there's a possibility. It's like saying that, you've got a picture of a circle, but a slice is missing. You can't see a slice, and you can say, well, it could exist there. It could be there. That's what they've got with the intruder. They've got this picture of the events that happened, and there's something that they don't have recorded on camera. It's like, well, the camera didn't show right there, so that's where the intruder went. There's a lot of things that have to line up for that intruder story to hold weight. I mean, it's not. I would just say it's not impossible. It's just, in my mind, it's not very likely. So that just is going to go to the jury's mind. It's basically, are they going to determine that's reasonable doubt? Is there reasonable doubt that, that what they're saying could have happened did happen? Let's see. Rowdy's here. I missed Rowdy earlier, I think. Sarah says, oh, you guys made my day. Yeah, welcome. Good to have you here, Sarah. Please don't miss me. I'm here, says Myra. I won't miss you. I promise. I see you there. Lurkers are awesome, says Ritz.
There's a lawsuit.
I think we've got, let's see, KQD. It says name change. I just separated KQD and 0882. Sometimes I notice that others are addressing me, but it doesn't stand put because they type KQD instead of KQD 00882. Hope it's more visible. All right, so does that work? Can you just do KQD? I think either way they have to click your name when they start typing to you to get it to link you. I'm not sure if that's true. Cans fan, still not sure how I came across your channel last week, yet I subbed and have a pot of coffee brewed and ready to go for the live. Cans fan, I'm glad you found us. I don't know, sometimes the algorithm does weird things, but you got here, and that's what matters. Karen Paul says, I missed you. I'm sorry, Karen. Welcome. Let's see. The most probable answer is usually the right one. Patricia, this is true. And there's a lot of very unlikely things that had to happen for the defense story to hold water. And so far, I realize they haven't got their turn to share something, but they don't need to, right? They could, once the state's done, they could say, that's done, we rest. Has the state gone far enough to prove their side that there's no other beyond reasonable doubt, is that eliminated from the jury's mind? Slept about an hour last night. Should I even bother trying to sleep? High Speed Drifter. Hopefully you don't have anything involving driving or heavy machinery or something like that today. If you can get rest today, I would recommend it. I would even say you should sleep through the live stream. You probably need the rest. Very few good things come from staying up 24 hours. A little bit says, I'm here. I missed you. Jay Hughes says, wakey wakey. AJ is here as well. I think that's it. I think I've got everybody. So now I need hands. Jay Hughes is there. Tara Pink, I missed you as first time through. Okay, I think roll call is just about done. JR says good morning, addicts. Good morning, JR. Frack, I think the defense has something with the guy in all black and a ski mask. It was a Yeti. Yeah, the way he tells the story, man, it sure doesn't sound convincing. And you've got to realize, at the point where we were watching last, our victim / suspect, the defendant, was in pain. He had for some reason his foot had been shot. Whether he did it himself or someone else is still up for debate. He was on fentanyl, and he's being treated. He's bleeding out in the hospital room, basically, and the detectives have set up a camera. They're filming him there in the hospital, trying to question him. The doctor comes in saying, hey, we need to start working on your foot. Can I give him something for the pain? And they're like, no, just hold off type thing. 15 minutes. We want to keep asking him questions. He's talking. Keep going. I'm surprised that this is being admitted. I wish I sort of saw the pretrial on this, because I'm sure this was something the defense would have argued, that it shouldn't be admitted because he was drugged. Because he, in that drugged state, is it fair to say, yeah, he consented, we read him Miranda's, and he said, let's go ahead with this. But is he in a mental state where he knows what he's doing, where he knows the implications of that? Occam's razor, yes. Katrina's here. Kathy, good morning. Let's see, the interview we saw in the ER isn't going to help the prosecution. I agree. It looks bad. As far as police work goes, yes, it's getting information, but is it admissible information? And then if it's bad, is it fruit of the poisonous tree type thing? Good morning, Kevin. Good to have you here as well. Can the defense test the 3 remaining rounds for DNA since the state didn't? I don't know if they can right now. I don't know what was used, if they were preserved in a way that would preserve DNA or what happened. I don't think the defense would want to, honestly. Yeah, I think there's basically they want the possibility to exist, but they don't want to prove who it was, because I believe that it was probably the defendant. Christy, how do you decide which trials to follow? I stuck with Jensen yesterday, so I'm out of sync with you guys. Christy, we decided to dump Jensen because of his infatuation with that, and it was a risk to my account. I was getting my videos seem to be losing monetization options because of him. And although I'm not just doing it for the money, I do it because I like trials. I do want to do this for a living. I mean, this is my job. So if I don't make any money at it, it's hard to keep doing it for an extended period of time. Pete says, good day, everyone. Good to have you here, Pete. Arkansas Magnet Fisher and Metal Detecting. Good morning to you as well. Still need you to go find that knife up in Idaho. It's probably in the Snake River. So bring your long rope and the big magnet. Lori says, jumping up and down, I'm here. Lori, good to have you. I see you there. And I think that's about it. Roll call's done. How about that? If I missed you, it's my fault. Christy's here. Good to have you here. Yesterday in Jensen they added the viewer. Oh, good. Yeah. So I'm glad we missed it. It's just going downhill. It does seem like Professor Phil says, good morning. It does seem like the defense has their work cut out for them. It's tough, but it's not their job, right? Their job is not to prove him innocent. He is innocent already until proven guilty. So the state has the work cut out for them, but the state's doing a very good job, almost to the point like, defense, if you don't do something now, it looks like an open and shut case. Lori says, standing on my head. I see you, Lori. I see you. We've got you. I'm just a little delayed here. Christy, I meant, how will you pick the next trial? Do you announce that ahead of time? Bummed about Sarah Boone. Christy, I'm disappointed that Sarah Boone didn't move forward, but at the same time, that gives us more time to try to get the letter from the governor in a timely manner. I'd hate to get the letter from the that she sent to the governor like 6 months after her trial's over. That wouldn't be nearly as interesting. At the same time, this is the process, and so many times we have these trials that push for 2, 3, 4, 5 years out from the actual event. So this is frustrating. We just roll with it and find another trial. I will say that we choose trials based on interest and availability, and when the two combine, it's like a Venn diagram. We try to follow it. So the next trial we're going to be following is going to be the Murdaugh trial, which we believe is going to start next week. I think jury selection starts on Monday. So trial, I believe, if I read your notes correctly from everyone who texted me, I think it's Wednesday that the trial starts. And that's
There's a lawsuit.
A double murder tied with every type of financial crime you can imagine. A lot of rich, powerful people involved, probably some big names, a lot of money behind the scenes that we'll be hearing about. We'll get a lot of the blood spatter and blood splatter talk. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's see. He tried to get the Mac. He tried to get the gun was the first question that has him nailed. Mac, are you talking about where the police were saying, is anybody down with him, pointing to Alexander, and he was like headed towards the gun? I'm good with missing Jensen. Let's tune it in for the verdict only one. Right, I agree, Patricia. We'll follow, and when that happens, we'll watch that. Kayla, please take your seat at the front row. Good to have you here. Did you see that video of the gang member who was playing Russian roulette with his feet? He shot his foot twice. Seriously, it's a real video. Oh my goodness. I don't want to see that, first of all. But twice? Like he lost once and he's like, well, second time lucky? Is that what he was thinking? He's only got 2 feet. Did he shoot both feet? That's the question, or was it the same foot? Yeah, so Jensen was a little rough. It's too much stuff we don't want to talk about and not enough of the stuff we do. Ginger, we did give up on the Jensen trial. It is still going on. If you want to watch it, I would suggest going to TMJ4 or WISN. They've both been carrying that feed. I think Law and Crime has one as well. But the best audio The audio quality I got from WISN. The best picture I got from TMJ4. So if that's any use to you. Arkansas says, I'd love to go try to find the BK's knife in Idaho, but that's a long drive for you. It would be a very long drive. And if the car's not going to make it, then don't make that trip. We're going to talk about Alec Baldwin if he gets charged with anything today. You're talking about the Rust and the shooting. I want to follow the news, but generally the charges happen a long time before the trial, and we typically follow just the trial part. Although that's big news, we'll probably talk about it if it happens. Orange County Courthouse is closed today due to power outage. That's Sarah Boone's courthouse. That's where she was going to be tried. Who's Christy? Whose trial gets affected by that? I know they have trials every day, but let's see. Michelle, do you have any interest in the Parkland shooter parents trial? Yes, Michelle, I do. And once the Supreme Court there decides whether or not the parents can be tried, that's going to be interesting. As a gun owner, as a parent, that interests me. I'm interested in the ramification that has possibly nationwide. This is basically the first time the parents have really been directly charged with something that a child did. And granted, there's some culpability there, but determining what the limits of that are, that'll be quite interesting. So yes, I'm interested in that. But it's on hold right now until the Supreme Court rules on that, unless they've ruled and I didn't hear. Let's see, KQD. It's short. We've got you, KQD. Let's see. Irene, I think I've answered all the questions. We might get ready to see if we've got some trial footage coming up. Need my remotes. Give me just a second here. I think we've got some footage. I think people are just showing up to court right now. Let's see. Yeah, they're just showing the door. So nothing really yet. Just read 2 good books on fentanyl and its role in drug abuse. Kelly, with your information on fentanyl and knowing that Alexander Jackson was on fentanyl when the police are questioning him, are you concerned about the validity of that interrogation and specifically the validity of him waiving his Miranda rights to proceed in that interrogation based on his medicated state? Murphy will be the next big name for dogs if he ends up nailing BK for the quad murder. Is that the golden doodle is Murphy? That would be awesome if that's the dog hair that turns up. P. Cooper, I missed you, but you're here now. We've got you. Good to have you here. Trying to find alternative explanations for otherwise obvious situations is surely a steep hill to climb. It is, and you've got the added burden, not just of obvious situations, but you have hard evidence. You have DNA. You have blood stains. And they've got white carpet with blood stains. Okay, if his story of him being shot in the foot, barefoot, he said he was barefoot when it happened, and if that doesn't match up with where the blood is on the white carpet, he's got a big problem. So his story has to match with where the blood is, and I'm not sure if it does. I'm not sure if he thought that far ahead. So we'll see if that comes out. Let's see. He double tapped his foot, talking about the gangbanger who played Russian roulette with his foot. That's a bad deal. Let's see. Is there supposed to be some hearing news in the Daybell Vallow case today? I know it's not televised, but I thought I heard maybe audio. Not a drama llama. I believe we get audio at the end of the day, and so you've got some. It's basically podcast material is what we're getting. It's really rough to follow live, in real time. Well, you can't follow it live real time, but to follow it in real time after the fact, it's pretty long. Let's see. Weather Watch sent me an awesome picture. Ranch work is fun. Weather watch. That's all I'll say. That's exciting. Let's see. Did someone say something about pickles? Says Debbie. Yummy kosher dill spears. They're pretty good. I like dills. Dills are a big deal, but I'm hugely still a fan of those spicy maple bourbons. Okay. There were 2 live rounds in the revolver. Was just talking about the gangster guy. The gang video reminded me of Alexander shooting himself in the foot. High Speed Drifter, about that. There seems to be some testimony, and I didn't see the pictures. It wasn't shown. I've got to get my courtroom background going. Hang on. I'm going to dive under the desk while you can't see me. Just one second. It's not going to work. Oh, my goodness. I have to connect some cables and stuff to the picture. Here's what happened. Yesterday, I got that cool power adapter that I can plug everything I need to run my live stream into, and I use almost every single outlet. I use 14 of the 18 outlets to run this live stream, and so there's a lot of things plugged in. But in switching everything, I turned off power to things that I normally don't turn off, and I lose the video background. So today I'm just going to be me without the background. Let me see if I can make the black disappear. Hang on. Now I disappeared. Now I'm gone completely. How do I make myself come back? There's the green screen. That's not right. There it goes away. Okay. I don't know. We'll get it figured out. Roxanne says, I can't hear me. Why can't you hear me? I'm talking. It's working. I'm not sure why you can't hear me. It seems to be functioning properly. Oh, there's our, that's the lights lady. Apparently she has 2 jobs. She turns on the lights and she brings the water. I'm hoping she gets twice the pay. Do I need a cable fund? I don't know. I've got all the cables. I own every cable and adapter known to man. And I even have a really cool cable caddy that I can coil them all up on and carry them around in one hand. So I can have like 400 cables at my disposal at any moment. Just to ghost feed. I've got to make the black box disappear. Let's see. To do that, I can do that. Hang on just one second. It'll just be me like sitting like I'm in the courtroom. So we're going to turn the keyer on here. Well, I'll get that worked when I'm off camera. I'm now a magician. You have no idea, Lori. I can do magic tricks for days. Aziz is here. That's the light lady. The black looks great, no worries. But I can make the black disappear, so it's just me, like just me sitting here in the corner without a box around me. The problem is I'm running through 2 video switchers, and I have to bypass the first one and run the green screen in the second, and then you just get me. The light lady is multitasking. You go, girl. I feel bad for her. First of all, her seat, you guys mentioned, her seat was too low. And she has the arm, the one that she's holding sort of halfway up. It's probably strained from holding it up so high all the time. She is busy and not triggering AJ. How do you get a job as a light and water lady? I found my calling. Well, she's really working it, and she's putting in the hours. Yeah, if the sound is gone, try refreshing your page. I do show it's going out just fine on my end. Let's see. In my day, we shut our own feet before walking to school on glass uphill in the winter. Barefoot, right? You forgot the barefoot part. Uphill both ways. NC Girl for Life says, good morning, Addicts. I can hear as well. Good morning, NC Girl. Good to have you here. The door shot could be a background. Yeah, it can. I can actually grab that. Hang on one second. Let me turn this off. Well, it's going to have... Yeah. To do this, I have to delete a couple things. Let's delete that. We'll capture a still. Boom. Got it. Then I need to crop it down a little bit. It's got the TV there. That's the problem. That television is just a bad background. I'm going to delete that. I decided against it. Matthew Harris is here, but he's late. What's his punishment? Multitasking ruined it for slackness. Let's see. She is cheerful. The lights lady does a great job, and she's been pretty good. Although she does go home early. She has her hours. It doesn't matter if court's continuing or runs like half an hour late. Her time's up. She's out of there. She clocks out and she leaves. The judge almost had to turn the lights on himself at the end of court yesterday. Which, I'm sure she has a contract and she's fulfilling her part of the contract, but she's not really going above and beyond. So review time, I would give her just average ratings. She's performing as expected, but not really a stellar employee in my book. One Man's View has admitted to being an addict. Welcome, One Man's View. Thanks for becoming a subscriber. We're just watching everybody file into court. Apparently it's cold there in Iowa. The trench coat and everything. Looking good. Still no audio coming through yet, but we've got some video. She does more to earn her pay than just toggle the lights. I don't know, other than the water, I don't know what else she does. Professor Phil Bell says you have a great radio voice. Is that something you trained to do, or are you just blessed? I'm just blessed, honestly. I wish I could say this is something I did myself, but God gave me this voice, and it's the one I've had. I will tell you, I was not always. I did not always sound like this. There was a brief stage in my early teen years where I would answer the phone and say hello, and they would refer to me as my mom's name because we sounded the same. And maybe that's what drove me to try to speak in a lower tone. But now this is normal. So who is this guy? He's got the man bun. He's rocking the man bun. This is our defendant. This is him. That's the defendant. He has lost a ton of weight. He's rocking the suit. He's got his man bun going on. Looks a lot different than the thumbnail picture we had today, where he had hair everywhere. Just complete bedhead. But this is Alexander Jackson. He's that's where he sat yesterday. That is great. I'm going to go back and get that video because we need that image for the thumbnail. First of all, it's so hard to get a face shot of him because of where the camera is located. Light Lady even has the Lysol wipes handy. She also has some hand sanitizer by her monitor, which I'm not sure if the monitor is even turned on or if she's playing solitaire or Minesweeper or something like that. But let's see. Man buns are a no. Yeah, he's got the man bun. Fractured 23, good to have you here. Sassy Girl, yes, I told you that yesterday about what did you tell me yesterday? I don't know what you told me yesterday. Sorry, I'm behind in the chat. So yes, I get a lot of information from you guys. So sometimes I repeat what you told me. Back on the clock, we're waiting here. His punishment. Matthew Harris has to watch the pickle trial. Matthew, for being late, you have to watch Jensen. Arkansas Magnet Fisher says, got my Simplex Plus. That's a metal detector and tried it out. It's a very good metal detector. It is. Here's what I love about it. First of all, it has a feature that no other metal detector I've owned has, and that's the vibration mode to alert you when you feel something, when it hears something. That's not a huge deal, but for people who are hearing impaired, and especially have a hard time, if they're completely deaf, it allows them to metal detect where none of the other metal detectors would work. So I love that they included that feature with a handle that vibrates when you go over some metal. They have waterproof, a completely waterproof unit. You could dive with it if you wanted to. They have a light on there. So, for those who, I know in England they call it night hawking, and that's a bad thing, but here in the United States, if you have permission, you can metal detect at night, and it's not a bad thing. So you can metal detect at night, and sometimes at a beach, that light on the detector is great. I will say I struggle with the tones. I've used a lot of different machines before, on my machine at least. It doesn't save any settings, so if I want to tweak the settings a lot from where it is on default, I have to do that every time I turn it on. I don't like that about it, but other than that, it's a fantastic detector. It collapses well. It's found. I've got friends that have found some amazing things with it. So that's exciting, Arkansas, that you got that. I can't wait to hear about the finds you find there. Let's see, catching up here. Court's still not starting. We're just watching the clock. I'm thinking we've got about 10 minutes before they begin. Do we know in which order each victim was shot? They also showed hearing aid specialist. I think sister first, father came running down, and mom last. Minsky, the order in which they were shot, I don't know, because the sister was in her bed. I think the mom was on her floor, and the dad was in the living room. And you've got to think, right, a .22 is not a loud gun, but is also not quiet. If you shot a .22 in my house, anywhere in my house, even though it's an old house and walls everywhere, I think I would hear it, especially if it was during the day. No bonus for the light lady. She lost her bonus today. Matthew Harris says, can I choose my own punishment? I choose a warm meal and a full night's sleep, neither of which I've had in a while. All right, just this once, Matthew. We'll let you choose your own punishment. And so ordered. Just write it up and I'll sign it. Just submit it to the court. I watched some more video of your videos last night, Matthew Harrislaw. Fabulous work. Thank you. He has some great videos. I will say the one thing I really like that Matthew Harris does on some of his shorts, like his YouTube shorts, is he writes them in a loop. And he does such a great job that it loops and it makes sense. And I've watched it like twice through. I'm like, huh. It's like, wait, he said this before. But it's a full circle. So when you start watching, it just keeps going in a circle. I know that's a trick to get more views sometimes, but it works, and he does a good job at it. In my day, story is that I used to ride my bike 10 miles to Winter in school. For real, sunshine and sunflowers, a real in my day story from real life. High Speed Drifter. I will tell you that as a child, I would say as a teenager, I liked fishing. And for those of you that are familiar with Davis County, Utah, I lived in Centerville. Think of the exit road in Centerville. I lived near that road, and I would ride my bike from there to Farmington Pond in Farmington, which is the city north. And that's only, I'd say, maybe 5 miles. But sometimes I would ride my bike to the Weber River, which is through Farmington and Kaysville and into South Weber and the county north. And that the worst part was the hill on the way back home. But that was like 10 miles for sure one way. But then I got to fish when I got there, so it was good. Bite Me says, I bet she's the go-to lady. Yeah, right. If the cable doesn't work, she can fix it. The lights lady. She probably has all the answers. We're just giving her a hard time. Ashley says, recovery addict. I'm imagining you as a 6-year-old talking how you do now. Oh, man. No, I did not talk like this as a 6-year-old, I'm pretty sure. Okay, in my defense, I came in as YouTube as soon as YouTube showed me you were online. Fractured. YouTube is slow that way sometimes. Kay Hodgson says, yes, defendant. Yes, good morning, defendant. I'm finally catching up to this part of chat. He's a good-looking young man, says a little bit. I'm not a big fan of the man bun. That's not a look that I've seen anyone really do very well. But that's just personal preference. I've got some friends that do the man bun bit, and it seems to work for them. Jail food will help you with your diet. KQD, I'm not a big one on New Year's resolutions, because I found that I'm very big on breaking New Year's resolutions. So I stopped making the resolutions, and then found I didn't break them so often. There's some correlation there that probably needs some further study, but. Mrs. RA and I have made a decision to, in mindful of what I do every day, which is sit here and do nothing. I need to be more conscious of my intake. And Mrs. RA is indulging me and is making some absolutely delicious, healthy food. Last night we had this tortellini, tomato, basil, spinach thing that was just fantastic. And I probably ate way too much of it, but at least it was healthy food. So it's much better than jail food. It's much better than jail food, but hopefully it will help me stay healthy as I sit here all day. Maybe the light lady controls her other rooms with a phone app. She runs the entire courthouse from that position. Let's see, we got the man bun. The accused looks a lot better now. He's lost a ton of weight. Like, look at Look at the thumbnail for this video, or I'm not sure if I can show you the thumbnail. Let me see if I can. Let me put the thumbnail up on the screen here. Just 1 second. Come on, there we go. Okay, so here is the mug shot. This is the mug shot of him, and compare that to the gentleman in the suit with the man bun that just came in. That is a stark contrast. I mean, he's lost tons of weight. You see in the picture on the right the paramedic that's sort of backing up at the head side of the stretcher. They're probably similar size. He's a good sized dude, and so was the kid on the stretcher. But now he looks completely different. So that's incredible. Jail food. Who knew? The light lady taunts you, says AJ. Good morning, Roxanne. Good to have you here. Let's see. Man buns. Ooh. P. Cooper says, I like the man bun. Dude with long hair, let it go, please. No freaking man buns. I would rather he has it pulled back than just loose, because he seems to have a lot of hair. Matthew has to wear a man bun as punishment. I don't think Matthew has the assets available to pull off the man bun. You'd need to grow it out for a little while. High Speed Drifter says, I searched for those pickles on Walmart site and didn't find them. The only link I have is through Amazon, and it ends up being like $64 after shipping, and so you don't buy them there. But I will say that they are on Walmart's website. If you look for spicy maple bourbon pickles, you should be able to find them. It's just possible you're searching what's available at your site only, at your store, and then if they're not visible there, your store doesn't carry them, unfortunately. Which means, High Speed Drifter, you're probably going to have to move. That's the only logical conclusion. So you can find a store that has the pickles. Good morning, Lori. Say good morning to Roxanne Moser. I just did. Good morning, Roxanne. Good to have you here. If I missed you, he has lost weight for sure. Let's see. Let's go back to our footage of the courtroom. Oh, it's still just the clock. Nothing happened. It would be nice to see the parents and sister pick, and this boy shaking on his good foot. I haven't seen pictures of the parents. Obviously, they were in the body camera footage for those that watched that live without the editing. But that's not really a good look, as some of them were shot in the head as well. Could do without the man bun. Stepson is deaf. I may tell his father about this. He's trying to find a hobby for him. Roxanne, the Simplex Plus is the good thing about this is it's really an entry-level detector. It's one of the detectors that you can turn on and start using and not have to go through a bunch of settings and configure and ground balancing and everything else. It really is just a grab and go type detector, which I like about it, and it has a ton of features for the price range it's in. And I think maybe Arkansas, you might be able to tell exactly how much it costs or the price range. It's not the cheapest detectors. The cheapest ones you end up paying between $75 and $200 for, and generally those you have a lot of problems with. But in the next bracket up, it's sort of like the $250 to $350 range, you can get some good detectors. Good morning, Lady Writer. I was here earlier but had to get to work. I'll be lurking in the shadows while working. Glad you're on this trial. Thanks, Lady Writer. Thanks for being here. You're welcome to lurk anytime. If you have a question, just pop it in chat. There's a cool feature, says the lady who knows nothing about metal detecting. It is a cool feature, Irene. It really is. I think I've told some of you, in my head, I'm working on an invention that will open up the hobby of metal detecting to people who currently aren't able to. Specifically, I'm thinking of people in wheelchairs. And so it interests me anytime I see a manufacturer include a new feature that does reach out to somebody who might have a disability of some sort and allow them to include them in that hobby, because it's a fantastic hobby. A Fisher F75 over the Knox 800 Vermillionaire. I didn't have the Fisher F75. I had the Technetics Patriot, which Fisher and Technetics are closely aligned. But I've heard great things about the F75. I am very partial to my Nox. And the whole reason, I didn't like, mine still has a wobble to it back and forth. So there's a little bit of shake back and forth as I'm going. But the thing I like about it is how exact and precise the VDI is. And so since I've spent so much time with it, I just know what I go over. It's telling me what's in the ground, and I've just got that connection it's hard to replicate with another machine. I realize if I put enough time in another machine, I'd probably get to that point. But now it's hard to leave the Nox. Michelle has errands to run. Join later. Have fun, folks. Behave unless you can get away with it. Bye for now. That's great advice. Behave unless you can get away with it. I had a teacher, a science teacher in junior high when he'd show us a video and he'd turn off the lights. This in a completely dry voice, he'd say, "No necking." It's just like that's what would come to the mind of like a 13-year-old kid in a science class. But yeah, behave unless you can get away with it. My breakfast consists of 1 tablespoon of almonds, 1 tablespoon of dry roasted peanuts, and 1 tablespoon of granola. Hey, that's not a complete breakfast. I think Meyer would agree with you, Matthew. Okay. I'd set the detector off across the room. There's some ways to use detectors that. Let me see if I can find this high-speed drifter. You've got me intrigued. If they dropped off the website, that's a problem. There are ways you can use metal detectors even if you're in a metal wheelchair, and that's what I'm trying to make possible. I'm going to the Walmart site. Walmart does not sponsor the show yet, but they should. Okay, I completely spelled that wrong. Okay, I'm not seeing it either. Did you guys order all of them? Is that why? Are they sold out? Maybe if you take spicy off. Now I just get bourbon. Man, I'll have to do some digging. Those pickles are fantastic. If they discontinue them, I will have major complaints. Minsky, thank you. I forgot what I did that you're thanking me for, but you're welcome. Who is watching from the British side of the Atlantic? We have quite a few here in chat, I think, across the pond. Still nothing from the courtroom. This is a fantastic clock. You guys commented on the cornucopia. It reminds me of the top of a grandfather clock. Let's see. Lori says, Roxanne, I almost did. Every day I rarely get a nod. Lori, here's your nod. I see you. You're here. Let's see. Roxanne says, I give up. Roxanne, I don't know why you are not hearing me. I'm acknowledging you. I don't know why. I'm here. Okay. Kathy says, AJ, I missed the chat yesterday. Did you have issues with the light lady? She was busy this morning. Right. She was hauling in water. She was coming in and out of the courtroom, just getting everything set up. High Speed Drifter, I located them. Are you on the RA Facebook? Right. Sunshine Sunflowers. If you can post the link on Facebook, that might be the easiest way to do that for those pickles. And then High Speed Drifter, a quick check on the pickles on the Facebook might get you the link. Recovery Addict. The test is in. The 22 shorts don't really load into the chamber well. Okay, Tom has the same firearm that was used in this murder. He has the I was going to say Remington, but it's not Remington. Now I can't remember the model of the gun. It fired Remington brand rounds. But he's got this gun. It loads through the stock, and he's tried to load 22 shorts, which is the shorter 22 caliber. They don't really load into the chamber well. They want to twist and turn before seating themselves, so it would jam very easily. And second part is, I suspect they jam every other shot, if not every shot, but they will fire, but they do not cycle the action to reload the next round. So does that make sense to? I'm sure those of you who are gun owners, that makes plenty of sense. For those that aren't familiar with that, this gun was designed to shoot a bullet that was an inch long. The 22 long rifle is 1 inch long, and so you can load bullets one after another, but you can buy a bullet that's about 3/4 of an inch long, which is a 22 short, and they'll fit in the loading tube, and you can actually fit more of them because it's just a tube you're filling something the same diameter. Imagine if you had a tube that could hold 10 pencils end to end. If you had shorter pencils, you could fit more pencils in it, right? And that's what they're doing with the 22 shorts. They're saying you could fit more than 11 bullets into this gun if you had 22 shorts. But the problem is the gun fires by, manually, you cock it once, you cycle the action, and it takes the front bullet in that tube and loads it into the chamber, into the cylinder, where it will then fire. And the active firing sends the bullet down the barrel, and the casing gets ejected down out the bottom. And it pushes back that action, grabs the next bullet, and loads it ready to fire again for the next time you pull the trigger. With that 1 inch long bullet, that works fine. There's enough gunpowder in there to fire the bullet, eject the casing, cycle the action, grab the next bullet. But with the shorter bullet, it has less gunpowder. So even though it's the right size to fit in the gun, and if you actually do get one loaded, you can pull the trigger and it will shoot. It doesn't have enough power to fire the bullet and eject the bullet, cycle the action all the way back far enough to grab the next bullet and feed it back in. And if it does, they jam, they twist, they don't line up properly. So the whole argument the defense was saying yesterday in some of their cross-examinations that these could have been 22 shorts, meaning that it wasn't reloaded, is baloney. And plus, for some reason, the prosecution has not said a thing about the casings that were on the ground. You can measure the casings on the ground, and you can tell if they're a 22 long or a 22 short. And so the prosecution's saying, well, these could have been 22 shorts, and you would have, well, where are the casings then? Show me the casings. All the casings that were piled up at each of the shooting sites are 22 long casings. But Tom, thank you for doing the test work on that with your own firearm and giving us information. Let's see. Ponytails on men only look good when you're Fletcher Christian or Lieutenant Nelson at Waterloo. Maybe the outfit matters. Possibly. He needs like a suit coat with tails, maybe. That would do it. She carried some water. The light lady has been hard at work this morning. Let's see. Treva, holy crap, what's up? What are you excited about? What did you watch? Hey, we got some motion here. Something might be happening. It looks like we're 3 minutes after the hour. Still no audio feed, but maybe something's happening. Okay. AJ says, I've worked with these courtroom slackers. She knows the type. She's not fooling anybody by turning on and off the lights. Let's see, just over 25 miles. Let's see what that is. Holy cow, I'm so far behind. I just had like pages and pages of chat appear that I missed. Just over 25 miles from Centerville to Ogden, if I remember right. Yeah, it's a long drive, and I did it on a 10-speed bicycle with a fishing pole and a tackle box balanced on the handles. Good morning, Debbie, and all good peoples. Good to have you here. A little hello from Tucson. I keep forgetting if it's Rosie. Is it Rosie? I think it's Rosie. Doesn't sound like a starvation diet. No, I ate a lot of it. If you're talking about what I ate. Matthew Harris's diet, on the other hand, is a starvation diet. Can Mrs. R.A. share the recipe? I think I can get her to do that. I'll see if she can do it in chat, or at least link where she got it. She's found a place that has a lot of really cool recipes. It takes like half an hour to make, which isn't bad, feeding a full family. And it was just really good. I know it takes some half and half, which probably isn't very healthy, but spinach, tortellini, chopped tomatoes, and then the usual magic seasonings she uses to make everything taste fantastic. Can we all come for dinner? I bet the light lady's a retired county worker who decided to come back part-time. We have several retirees in our public defense office. They do everything. Was that Alex or his attorney? That was definitely Alex with the man bun. When I was a teenager, I could eat whatever I wanted and sleep off the calories. Now, if I eat what I want, I look like a whale. It's crazy how much metabolism can change over time. Maria, I'm with you 100%. Hey, R.A. Hey, Lindsay. Good to have you. All this talk of man buns may get you demonetized. It's worse than the Jensen trial. Yeah, that's bad. Viking braids? Who said Viking braids? Katrina says Viking braids, yes. Make it happen. I'm not sure if Alexander could pull off the Viking braids. Maybe Matthew, if we can get him to grow out his hair. That might look good. Emergency, I can't get my jar of pickles open. Debbie, we've got some advice. There's some hot, cold water tricks you can do with this. I actually had to use hot and cold water to get 2 pans separated. We have our Instapot pot and then a metal mixing bowl that my son pushed together, and they are the exact same size. There was hot stuff in the Instapot pan, and as it cooled, it created a vacuum, and it was impossible to get out. I had to use the hot and cold water science trick to get it to release. Said this earlier, but Hubster wanted me to make sure you saw he bought the pickles yesterday, and today is taste test day. Kathy, make sure they're refrigerated. Give them an hour at least in the refrigerator. Make sure they're chilled. They're so much better that way. I mean, they're good warm. I can eat them warm every day of the week, but they're so much better cold. Jonathan Davenport, good to have you here. I'm trying to catch up just on the people who flagged me here. Major multi-car accident high up in Parley's Canyon. This is east of Salt Lake City. One car flipped over in the middle of the freeway. Traffic was starting to back up down the canyon. That's your commute route. So he's getting an on-site report. Luckily, I was westbound. First day of Sundance, too, off to work. Oh, man. The Sundance Film Festival in Park City is what he's referring to. Lots of traffic between Salt Lake and Park City on those days. Glad you got through safe, Bob. I think the main issue for wheelchair detection would be terrain. Yes, it would be difficult to detect in a wheelchair if you were on a beach, a sandy beach, but a lot of places where there's grass, you could do it, or possibly in tot lots where there's loose but firm material that a wheelchair could go over. I bought SMB pickles last week. They are fantastic. They're still on the website for my local Walmart. This is good news, Weather Watch. There's hope yet. The clock reminds me of a grandfather recovery addict. Yes, for those that don't know, I actually have my grandfather's grandfather clock, which is just amazing. It was he loved clocks, and after he passed and my grandma passed, I was able to get that, and it's really cool. I have it in my house. It's one of the few things we kept when we moved across the country. I'm behind in chat. It's all good. Okay, I was way behind.
Sarah Boone Letter Fund.
I don't think I need any more for the Sarah Boone Letter Fund. Let's see here. It's a Browning. Sorry, I missed that. The Browning, not Remington. You're right on a globe. And Tom, I'm sorry, I forgot the model number. I did the math on the overall length of 22 short. It's 17.7 millimeter. The overall 22 is 22.6. So by my math, you can have up to 14 22 shorts or 11 22 long rifles.
All right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody.
Go ahead and send that information to the prosecution defense. They need that.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you remember, but yesterday, I think when we left, Investigator Demlinger was on the stand, but we were in the, middle or viewing a video, and I believe that's where we're going to pick up this morning. But
7, this is funny.
Investigator Demlinger, I would remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. I'm not going to re-swear you in, but just remind you that. And then
thank you, TW, for the super chat. I'll check the email now. I'm pretty sure we don't have anything. Are we just going to pick straight
up with the video at this point?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, then let me turn it over.
This video. Oh, somebody.
And just for the record, you want to just confirm where we're starting up again?
Tish gifted 5 more memberships.
We are continuing with.
We are everywhere. Maria McKee, Marissa, Lori Vargo, and Farah C. All gifted a membership by Tish. Thank you very much, Tish. Appreciate your generosity.
The video.
Congratulations to the winners.
Video, 1 hour and 4 minutes and 23 seconds has elapsed.
All right.
Oh, Light Lady did a job right away. So we're back in the hospital room. The defendant is on the table. investigators to the left and to the right. Police officer to the far right. This is a body camera.
So you ran into the guy. Then what happened? I pushed him. I think. Brandon is going to take some swabs from your hand. Would that be okay? Yeah. Maybe the bad guy's DNA is on there. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, if you pushed him.
I believe this is a GSR that he's doing right now. I'm not sure why they paused the feed.
Your Honor, if you could blank our screen 1 second.
They're having audio problems again.
Sorry, what? Darken the screen 1 second, please.
Your Honor, I need to check my email, and I don't want anyone to see. Yeah, look, he was a big kid. Compare him on that stretcher, high-speed drifter, with what he looked like walking into court with a man bun. I guess that's what man buns do, is they make you skinny. This is not Alex's most flattering pose. No, he's sitting there in his undies on the hospital bed, bleeding from his foot. You were gifted a membership. Thank you. That was Tish, Lori, that got you. She's amazing. She's been very generous with memberships. Shout out to the gift givers. We are a sea of green. We're whittling away at the few remaining whites. It's urban
Sorry about
reserve
that, Art. We
necessary.
had the wrong program play in the video, so we are ready with the correct program, too.
So they opened it with a media player, and now they want VLC
All right.
or something. Okay, so it's a little bit bigger. This is good.
Right now, we're showing something.
Thank you, Tish. You're very kind.
Then what happened? I pushed him. I think. Brandon is going to take some swabs from your hand. Would that be okay? Yeah. Maybe the bad guy's DNA is on there. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, if you pushed him. So you pushed him. Did he say anything to you?
Mr. Shear, sorry. I don't know if you want the big screen on. No. All right. Sorry to interrupt.
What deep? Quite deep. What I pushed. Quite deep. Yeah. Deep voice. Oh,
Deep voice.
gotcha.
What did he say?
Fuck you. And I think I grabbed the gun and let my go. I fired, and then obviously that happened.
So when you and him were struggling with the gun,
Yeah, struggle, yeah.
and then he fired it,
Yeah,
and it shot you in the foot.
yeah, so.
And then what happened?
I think I fell. And I saw him running. But I don't care. I was looking at my phone. And then I pulled off with it.
You can silence it again if you want. And do you know, so you know that your dad was there, and you were down there. Had you gone in any other part of the house? Okay. Do you know, were your mom and sister home?
I think so, yeah. They should be.
They wouldn't have left anywhere?
No.
Okay.
My sister might have had work.
Okay, so, you hadn't been up prior to this happening? You woke up to this?
Yeah.
Okay. No breakfast or anything yet?
No.
Okay.
I'm not hungry.
Okay. And, but the only person that you've seen today is that guy and then your dad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't mind, I'm just kind of moving in around as I do stuff. You can keep on talking. Try not to interrupt. Just want to hold it like that.
Just like.
door in the basement and leave right outside. Okay. Did you see him go out that door or maybe some other door?
I didn't see him move, but I think I heard him.
Have you ever seen him before?
No, well, I don't know who it is.
Sure. Didn't know if you'd ever recognize his voice or anything like that.
Yeah.
Do you or anyone in your family have any problems with anyone?
Not really.
Where's your dad work at?
He's retired.
Where's your mom work?
She's retired.
They're both retired. Where's your sister work?
The bookstore.
Which bookstore?
It's the twice off, half price books.
Sure. Did you say you work anywhere?
No.
You don't work anywhere right now?
Just looking for a job.
Sure.
Dr. King, radiologist 7105. Dr. King, radiologist 7105.
Why would this happen?
I don't know.
Do you think someone was upset with your family?
If it's that way, I don't know what.
You don't know who or what or what they'd be upset about? How do you feel about your family?
How's my family?
Do they ever do anything that upsets you?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Sure. Tell me about that. What do they do that upsets you?
Oh, it's just like feeling how to certain things, but we're fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah. What other family you got?
Most other families in Oregon. That's where we're from.
Sure. I know you said your parents were retired, but what did they do when they were?
Oh, he's 19 manager at International Paper.
Yeah, just not right now.
Yeah, he's retired. Has been for like 2 years, maybe more.
Do you do a lot with your family? Like I know you said that you guys watch movies or you have like family time for an hour. Do you guys do other stuff together?
Yeah, we eat at every meal. We try to at least. Play games like that.
Do you guys have any trips coming up or any plans?
We're gonna go to Oregon later this summer.
That is so loud.
What are things that you do with your dad? You play games. What else do you do?
We go shooting.
You go shooting?
Yeah.
Like at the shooting range?
We have a.
Dr. King, radiologist 7105. Dr. King, radiologist 7105.
That's the shortage.
What do you guys usually shoot when you go there?
One, like, drives out of the city. There's a shooting range over there, I don't.
What do you shoot? Like shotguns, handguns?
Oh, long guns.
Long guns?
We haven't shot for a while.
How many? Do you have any guns?
I guess I have one. I have two, I guess.
What kind of gun do you have?
It's like a 22's finding bombs that I think.
Do you know the brand of it?
Nope. Any ribbons?
And is that the one that you shoot when you go to the range?
Yeah, but we haven't done it before.
Okay.
It's in a locker, I think.
Okay. Are all the guns kept in a locker?
All but two of the, two modern ones. So,
Where are those kept?
I don't know.
Which one were you wrestling?
My dad's.
Tell me about that. What kind is that?
It's a real nice one. I think we went to Shields yesterday, and they had it on for like a free meal.
buy it yesterday. What brand is it? Where's that one normally kept? Where would that guy have gotten that one from?
Yesterday we were cleaning that one up. We were going to go shooting back.
I'm giving you some more of what they gave you, okay?
And so they just left it out?
Keep talking.
Yeah, here we go.
What'd you say she's giving him?
So you and your dad were cleaning that 22 because you were going to go shooting today?
Yeah, because we haven't done it for a while.
Okay. Fentanyl, the same medicine they gave you in the ambulance.
My throat gonna feel alright?
Yeah. So, Alex, did you know the guy leave with the gun, with your dad's gun? The nice one?
I don't know. Wait, what?
Did after he shot you, he left?
I think so.
Did he still have the gun?
I don't know.
Okay, where else would it have gone? Did you get it away from him?
I don't remember.
You don't know if you got the gun away from him?
I know we were wrestling over it.
Okay.
He's Mirandized.
Now, you said that your dad was there laying on the ground, and then you called 911.
Well, I called it after I crawled away.
You crawled away, and then you called. Did you go back over to your dad?
Yeah.
Okay. Was your dad saying anything, or did you talk to him at all? I know it's kind of obvious, but we weren't there, bud, so you're the only one that can tell us.
Is this okay? Time to come and do labs. Okay. Alexander, I'm from laboratory. I'm just going to be getting some blood work on you today, okay?
I can give you a break for a minute. Yeah. I'm going to give you a shot too. This is a tetanus, so we don't get any infection in there, okay? Should we just do the x-ray now, give him a break, or do you want to? You want to do Okay.
Okay, so they're going to
get my antibiotic going too at some point.
They're taking a little break on the questioning. This is so loud. The high-end audio is so bad. I think he got a GSR on his hands, or maybe DNA. Turn it down just a little bit.
You shot my foot. Yep, straight up.
What went straight up?
My blood.
Oh, your blood? Like a little fountain?
Yeah.
Okay, so the problem I heard there is he said after he got shot, he crawled to his dad. I'm not sure if the blood is going to sustain that story in the carpet. WeatherWatch has gifted 5 new memberships. Thank you, WeatherWatch. I'm going to try to turn it down a little bit. Sorry, this is so bad on my ears. Tony Fortune, Jay Breezy, Michelle Battersby, Locomoco, and Penny. Congratulations on the new memberships, and thanks, WeatherWatch, for the new membership gifts. We need a longer front bench. Thanks for giving Peeps a membership. Yeah, I think the question probably should stop. He's been given a couple things now. The detective just silenced the alerts, which goes off periodically. They do that so that there's not background noise, so that anything he says...
No, he said he was pre-med. He was joking. He pushed this thing and started on. Matt thinks he's
It's a very poor sample rate.
a little bit of a blood draw. You ever had blood drawn before? That's where you stick a needle in here, but it won't stay. It'll come right back out to it. Just that little tinge.
So his foot is still producing Kool-Aid. You can see it running down the pad there at the foot of the bed. There may be more emotion later.
This is just an antibiotic too, okay?
This detective there in the black T-shirt who's not talking. He's just running test after test after test.
Sooner rather than later would be better. And then you guys can have it. Hot water tonic. That's right. 2 minutes. Let's do it. Okay. Alex, we're gonna go get your flat trade real quick, alright, bud? I don't want you to be. I do too. Yeah. It looks like it hurts.
It looks like it hurts.
You know what? I got shot. That's not even hurt.
You got it hurt now?
They're gonna come in here and do that X-ray.
Like, it didn't hurt that bad?
Well, it hurt, but you know,
I have to fix it. I turned off the machine and it lost the memory of the courtroom.
well, later on it hurt a lot.
Yeah.
We've got some amazing people here. You guys are a great group.
He's making sure you don't have any other injuries that we need to document.
What's that shoe you wear?
I believe they are. He was arrested at the scene. He called 911 after getting shot in the foot or shooting himself in the foot, depending on.
How come you stopped going to Iowa? Or are you just taking a break for the summer?
Yeah, summer.
Oh. So have you done 2 years in Iowa? Yeah. And you made great business? You have to do this last year online.
He did give consent for swabs,
I drove down though.
Oh, you did?
so I think he's just swabbing both hands.
Friday.
Oh.
I think I don't know.
Did you, like your freshman year, did you stay down there? Or did you always, oh, you did? And then, yeah, it's a good one. I went to Wartburg, you know where that is?
Oh, yeah.
It's in Waverly. Yep, I ran track and cross country up there. And majored in social work.
Nice, it's where you're an officer.
Yeah.
I guess he's going to get the X-ray machine.
So what do you want to do with your business degree once you get it?
Not too sure.
Don't know yet?
I just know I can work with finances.
I think they're looking for other victims' DNA on him, but
Look at the stock
there would be.
market at all?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I did some trading with Netflix.
At what?
At Netflix.
Yes, he was on fentanyl when he gave consent.
Make some money?
Yeah, I tried.
Hello. How much money did you make?
Like $1,000 or something.
Nice. And you did all your trading on your own?
With my dad.
Oh.
I'm going to step out now. We can put X-ray on it, okay?
His left foot was the one that was shot.
I'll be here.
It's the one that's leaking.
Yeah, this little sign hanging down to the ground.
A meet and greet.
Alright. Get a picture of that foot here. Now, can you slide back a little bit?
This is like tinfoil on a microphone. They're going to do the X-ray right there.
Bend your leg. Put your foot on that flat as you're going to take a step. Yes.
They got a portable X-ray machine they're going to bring in.
Hey, Chris. Okay, thanks.
These machines are so expensive. They turn the lights off just so they can use the aiming device, the projected image on the foot. They put the little marker on there so they can see which orientation it is. Then everybody leaves for safety reasons. He gets no lead apron.
Now I want you to just leave your foot there, except roll your leg in. Good job. Good, good.
Okay, so for the next one, you're going to roll your knee out that way, and this end of your foot is going to be on our board,
Yep.
okay?
We're all overexposed now.
Good job. Just like that.
There you go. Great. Perfect. Perfect.
And if you can, just...
That's all right. Let's just say, yeah. We're not interested, so.
Okay. We're good. All done. Okay, you want to lift your foot, take this board from up under. Good job, good job. I'm going to get that chucks back under that. Okay.
Jet Set Jay, good to have you here. Welcome. Lisa, the state is alleging that he knows very well that his family's not alive because they say that he killed them. I have not heard them talk to him about that yet, other than they know that they've talked about his dad not being alive.
Sorry.
I don't remember anything else about it. Sweet faces. Get your DNA all over that like button, guys.
Dr. King, Dr. X, 7105. Dr. King, Dr. X, 7105.
Is it spatter or splatter on a globe? Is it radiation spatter? I don't think he's restrained right now. I don't think he knows that he's a suspect yet. The only question I've heard that leans towards that is when they said, you know, are you mad at your family for something?
Hey, Alex, if you feel more comfortable, or do you care if I take this off?
You want mine on?
No, I'm asking. I've been vaccinated.
Oh, same.
Do you care if I take mine off?
I know, I don't care.
I just feel a little better. So whenever you feel more comfortable doing it, I'm fine with it. As long as you're okay with me not having this on. Okay, thank you.
A few more swabs and I'll be done here. Thank you.
You doing all right, Alex?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a car? We have 3 cars, but I don't know if they're like modern. Yeah, which one's mom and dad's? I guess if we all have cars, which G35 Infinity. That's like his. We just found another, like Rana, maybe Rana. I don't know what it's called. I'm not much of a car guy.
He was Mirandized
Mom's got a minivan.
as soon as he came in.
Okay. And then, what do you drive?
The Tacoma? It's like 2006, 5, something like that.
What's Serena drive?
I think my mom gives her rides. Or I usually like where's the pickup to 18, 19.
Wait, did you say she's in college also?
Yeah.
Where at?
Iowa.
She goes to Iowa. Okay. Did she just complete her freshman year?
Yeah.
When we stepped out, we talked to our coworkers. They were up at your house.
Okay.
We visited your house, visited the neighborhood, and Alex, the reality is there's not any evidence that anyone else was over at your house.
Okay, now they've confronted him.
It's okay. It's okay.
But there was a man there.
Alex, do you want to tell us what happened? What really happened?
We're not here to judge you at all. Like I said,
I went downstairs, and the man was there. I fought him. I got shot, and I think he left.
Alex, that's not what the evidence is showing.
What do you mean?
Well, like I said, if there had been a person there would be some evidence that he showed up. There would also be evidence that he left, because he's not there now, and there is no evidence for that. No one else was there.
Well, he was there.
Like Sarah said, we're not here to judge you. Something happened in your house, and we're just trying to figure out why.
because Matt and I talk to a lot of people, so I've been a police officer for 15 years now, and Matt's been a police officer for 20 plus, and a lot of people that we talk to do a lot of things for their own reasons. I mean, you don't live my life, and I don't live your life, and you know what I mean? And so that's why when we ask these questions, we do it because we want to understand, because I don't know what goes on in your life, just like you don't know. Maybe you think my life is really happy, but I could probably tell you some things that would surprise you, and you would say, oh, I wouldn't expect that, you know?
Oh, your life?
Yeah. And so, but we've talked to enough people that we know that there's so much that goes on in people's lives, and that affect what happens, you know. And so, again, with us, we just want to understand why this happened today. And we're not here to, again, judge you. I mean, I think you're a nice guy. You've been very pleasant to talk to with us. And so, like I said, but something bad happened, and there's a reason why something bad happened. And I know you know that reason, but I don't. And I want to understand it.
Okay, I don't know.
Well, you do. Well, what happened that led to the events today? What caused this?
I don't know. I just woke up in the morning.
Okay. And I know it's hard to talk about. Okay? But sometimes, you know, when people don't talk about it, they feel a lot of pressure, and then when they can kind of talk to somebody, it relieves that pressure, and you don't feel like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders anymore. You know what I mean? Have you ever felt that way before?
I've built it, I guess.
You haven't?
Did you say you dropped out of Iowa? Did you say you dropped out of Iowa?
Yeah, no.
No, he's on summer break.
Oh, on summer break.
Yeah, I'm taking a quick break. Because I was looking for a job.
How did your dad feel about your career choices or life choices?
I guess he wants me to more zero on running a business, but I was going to give that some thought this summer.
Have you ever had any problems with them? Like serious problems with them? Like any judging your life or choices?
He's proud of me.
Yeah, how about mom?
Yeah.
Same? Sister?
I guess.
Yes. Well, tell me about this relationship with your sister. It doesn't seem like it's quite
we're brothers and
sisters.
sisters. We're not the closest.
Do you like her?
Yeah, she's my sister.
How far apart are you guys in age?
Like, every year?
My brother and I are 15 months apart, and he's older than me too, so it's kind of the same.
So what do you think about what happened to your sister?
We'll get to this after the interview.
Is she alright?
Well, Alex, I think that, like I said, you've been honest and cooperative with us at this point. I think everybody in the room can tell what's been going on, okay? Well, you know that somebody hurt your family.
Yeah.
And you know who hurt your family.
No. Well, yeah, I do.
You do?
Not really.
What do you mean?
It's like, yeah.
There's not
There
a
wasn't
guy.
a guy.
That didn't happen.
Because they've looked at the videos. There's nobody coming and going from your house. Nobody entered or left your house. Okay? So the person that hurt your family was inside your home. Okay?
Who?
Well,
It's not me.
you didn't hurt your family?
No, I would never.
Well, you can love your family. People love their family and do things that they maybe weren't in the right frame of mind at the time, and that's why we're trying to understand why. Because you said that you guys get along just fine, so that's what's perplexing to me right now is for me to understand why you would want to hurt your family.
I wouldn't.
Okay. Again, Alex,
Alex, have you ever tried to hurt yourself before?
No. That's weird.
What?
Why would you hurt yourself?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes people do.
I know people that's weird.
Okay. Have you or your parents ever talked about getting health treatment or anything like that? Anyone in your family?
No.
Do you have a history in your family of anyone with any mental health problems?
Not that I know.
Not that you know of. Is anyone in your house on medication for like depression or anxiety or anything like that? You know of?
I don't know. Sister's parents take meds, but I don't know if depression or anything.
Sure. This happened. We can't do anything about it right now, Alex. All we can do is try to figure out why it happened. And you're the one that's got to help us out with that.
What else can I tell you?
just what happened or why. I would just like to understand why. If you don't want to talk about all the details, that's fine. I just want to know why. That's what's proposed. Because you said that you get along with your family so well.
I didn't say.
Well, release. Do you think that Matt and I haven't encountered a situation like this before?
Well, I'm sure you get plenty of hours or years from whatever.
Right. And so we would not sit here and ask you that specific question if
Yeah, I'm telling
we
you.
didn't have.
I didn't find it.
Okay.
I would never.
And that's what I mean. That's why I want to know why.
Nothing was on the
Because
cameras.
You're adamant that you would never, but the evidence is pointing towards that you did.
Well, can't you do some, like, lab stuff? Right?
Well,
Okay.
they will, and,
Yeah.
and that's why we want to give you an opportunity right now. Okay.
And the best evidence in a case like this is not going to be the lab stuff.
Well, I think that helps.
Well, right. It's going to be something as simple as just verifying that no one came or left your house when you told us that someone did.
I'm sure you. Someone's there.
That's the easiest way to.
For example, when you called 911,
Yeah.
okay, you told them that your mom and your sister had been shot.
Did I?
Yeah,
I don't know.
you did. Because we have the recording, okay? And that's what you did. And when I was talking to you, you said
I'm
that you...
assuming the worst.
Well,
But I hope the best.
okay. But what would make you just assume that then?
I heard a lot of bullshit.
How many?
I don't know.
So you see what I mean? And I'm okay with the fact that you haven't been completely honest about this. And
I haven't.
You haven't though.
I
And so I know it's hard to admit.
I just asked you about your sister, and you acted like you had no idea what happened to her.
Yeah, is she fine?
Well, you told the 911 dispatch that your mom and your sister were shot.
Well, maybe they are.
Okay, well you told them they were.
Are they fine? Then?
Well, you were there and you saw them.
I just want to know seriously.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
I did though.
You did go downstairs also. You're correct.
Well, I came from trouble upstairs. I only went downstairs.
But you saw your mom and your sister.
No. I saw my sister
Where did you see your sister?
near her bed, on her bed.
And that's
I
consistent.
hope she's fine.
And that's consistent with what they're telling us. The evidence is showing at the scene, okay? Remember, originally when we were talking, you said that you had gotten up from the porch because you heard gunshots and you went directly downstairs. Well, you were in your sister's room.
Well, I was because I went to my room to grab a double quick robe. The branded underwear is the closest thing.
Lindsay, that sounds crazy.
And then did you go in your mom and dad's room?
No.
When we're done, we got to go back to the police department and write a report and all of our conversation with you. And then the other officers that were out at your house will write reports and stuff like that. Do you want our report to reflect that there was a guy in your house that there's no evidence of? And
Well, yeah, there's a guy in my house. I saw him.
Listen to me. Do you want us to write down in the report that there was a guy in your house, that there's no video of ever showing up or leaving? Do you want us to put that down, or do you want to give us some sort of an explanation that makes sense?
I want the guy found.
For why this happened. Now, there are reasons why you could be responsible for this, and it's not you're not the worst person in the planet. Okay, there are reasons. Share it with us.
I don't know. It's fine.
It's not.
It's not fine. People don't do this kind of thing. It's fine.
That's not fine.
There's always some underlying issue in the family that we learn about later. Tell us how. Help us understand. Alex.
Well, all my other families in Oregon.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. There's issues in your house with your family that you're having. You gotta share those with us.
I don't have issues with my family.
Okay. When's the first time you thought about this scenario?
I didn't do it. Okay? I would never hurt my family. They are important to me. I love them. You may not understand that, but I love them.
No, I think you do love your family. I really believe you love your family. Okay? And like you said, there's something. You have 20 years of history that has led you to the point that you're at in your life. A lot can happen in 20 years. And I don't know all that stuff. So, and we've only been talking, for a half an hour. So, for me to be able to even understand what's happened in your life in 20 years would be difficult, right? And that's why, again, I'm asking you. Because when we talk about things like this, I mean...
Okay, looks like something's happened here. Oops. Is there no audio?
Being involved in what happened with...
Census Alert 29 now. Census Alert 29 now.
Are there too many people in here? Would you rather see people leave and talk more privately?
Even a public defender would be good.
I mean, it's up to
but just
you.
asking for a lawyer stops the process.
So,
even if you don't have one.
Given what we know, and it's not what we think in this thing, it's what we know, okay? I mean, there's lots of officers out there, and they relay all the information, and lots of experience. We don't just guess at things, okay? So we know nobody was in your house. We know that for a fact. I'm telling you though, there were 4 people in your house. We know that.
My family?
Yeah. That's it.
No.
No. I'm telling you, those are the facts.
I thought you were supposed to help me.
We are. And that's why we're talking to you, Alex. Because otherwise you could just leave. But I really think
Yes, they can lie to him.
the weight of what you're holding right now,
Look at that. This is he is so interested in what's on that phone. The way his head swiveled back and forth, like what is that? What are you looking at? It's going back and forth. What do they know that I don't know?
so
This is our boss texting us some notes from your house.
So again, do you want to tell us?
The camera system?
Maybe I'll remember something about
The camera system, Alex? That's your dad's doing?
Yeah.
Like he put it up and everything?
Yeah, I helped him too.
Because you helped him?
Yeah. I don't know anything about it. Sure, I don't.
Because the neighbors, do you know the neighbors have one too?
I think some of them do, yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So at what point did you unplug the camera?
Unplug what's that?
The camera.
I don't know how they work. They're also open for me. Garage, I don't know. They're also wireless.
What we're going to do is we're going to get the cloud, and we'll get the recordings, and it'll show when it came on and when it went off and all of that. So...
This is a gamble.
The alarm's been
And they missed on this one.
pulled off the wall.
The alarm?
The alarm system's been pulled off the wall. And
Oh.
Brandon, there's
There's an alarm system. I
tell you right now that we are two of the most understanding people in our entire building.
Well, what are you guys trying to say? I mean, never.
Well, what we're trying to tell you is that we know what happened. And what we'd like you to tell us is why. Not you.
I didn't do
You don't need to tell us exactly every detail. But if you could kind of give us some sort of idea on why people did these things.
I don't know.
Alex, you know what holds people up once they've told me a story usually is, I mean, I'm the police. Nobody wants to tell the police anything not good. Just like you don't want to tell your friends, your family.
Yeah.
And then once you've told them something, that what makes it even harder then is because now you feel as though, well, I've lied to you. You're not going to respect me. Well, just hear me out because trust me, I know a lot of people feel this way, and I've felt this way if I've told a lie. I know I don't want you to be mad at me because I told this. I don't want you. I understand why people don't tell me the truth right away. It's very rare that people tell the truth right away. Okay. And the hardest thing for them is to get over that hump to where they know that they've not been truthful to telling the truth, and then I'll tell you the relief they feel. They wish they would have said it sooner. Because it's almost instant.
Well, I told you what I know, but maybe it is starting to blur. But I don't know. Well, I kind of do, but I don't.
Okay. So, can you just walk me through it again then?
Go from last night.
Sure.
Because I went to bed around 11. I was playing games with my friends. Went to bed.
Can you back up even further for us? Would that be alright? Sure. Maybe start at dinner. What do you guys have for dinner?
The chicken. Well, we had dinner at 6:30 or something.
Cook it, or did you guys order out?
My mom mentioned one of those customer dinners. I went downstairs, played games. We watched a movie, or kind of played more games.
What kind of games are we talking about? Online stuff?
Yeah.
Yes, they have the firearm.
Halo?
It's playing with my friends. We're doing a Halo Monday night.
Sure. So you played Halo, and then you said you watched a movie? Or part of a movie? Or was that a different night?
Yeah, we watched, movie game. And then I went to around 11.
Movie game, like you and your friends, you mean?
Well, yeah, we came in a little bit after our dinner. Then, watched the movie.
Tell me about the movie. What'd you watch? Inglourious Bastards. You just watched part of that. Who did? You had the entire family. Oh, I get you. Because they're a family, or whatever. We watched part of it. And then we all did our separate things. Then I went to bed. One point in the night, my dog barked away, but he does that every night. Just because there's animals out there. Woke up. The sound of gunshots. I went up, ran upstairs. There was a man in black clothing. He had green shoes. I don't know shoes. He had the gun. I ran at him. We wrestled. I think I pushed him maybe a couple times. He shot me. Or maybe I shot me, I don't know. We're fighting over it.
He shot me or I shot me. I don't know.
I was crawling to my bedroom. So he shot me. My foot was going like a fountain.
Did you have a shoe on or something?
No shoes or socks. Because I just woke up. happened to him. Then I called. And then
What is your phone?
it's in my bedroom.
What kind of phone is it?
iPhone 10.
Is it still there?
I think so. I think it might be in the hallway now.
It surprised me that this is
At
admissible.
what point did you go up and check on your mom and your sister? Because we knew you did that. At some point you were up there with them.
I wasn't upstairs, but when I
Or wherever they were at.
wrecked my foot, I saw my sister's bedroom.
Is your door open or closed?
It was open.
All of them?
Yeah.
Tell us what you saw there.
She was in bed.
Like,
I couldn't tell because I was on the floor.
was she laying under the covers?
Yeah.
Like she was still sleeping?
Yeah.
But you knew she wasn't sleeping, right?
Huh?
You knew she wasn't sleeping at that point, though, right?
I guess.
Yeah. That was about.
Well, I hope she was fine.
Did you say anything to her?
Well, I think the police officer was checking today.
Right, but the police hadn't showed up.
Yeah,
When
they
you
did because I crawled to my room where I called. And I was sitting there for a while because
And you could see her though.
no, because it's like connected kind of wall. I have to go in the hallway to look.
Right, so, but you said on the way to your room to get the thing for your foot, you could see her sister.
No, I just called straight to my room. And I was like at the doorway. Because that's where it hurt. Okay. Yeah, sure. And my belt was broken.
And your what?
My belt.
Wow.
Dad tried to do
What is that?
but it broke.
So your sister hadn't gone out of bed yet today? No.
I don't think so.
Had nothing.
I don't know.
What do you do?
You're the only one that woke up to no shots.
Well, my dad was there.
Yeah. You got 3 people in 3 separate rooms, and you're the only one that heard any shots.
Well, I heard shots, but I'm kind of a heavy sleeper sometimes.
You're the heavy sleeper?
Yeah.
But then wouldn't they have heard the shots?
I would hope so.
Did you go into your sister's room first?
I don't remember what. Yeah.
How? Before the police showed up. This morning. When you went in there. When you went in your sister's room this morning.
Like,
You did go in. Was she still sleeping or had she gotten up?
I don't know, she was just in bed. I was just at the doorway real quick.
At the doorway?
Yeah.
And did you?
I couldn't move too much.
Okay. And then, where was your mom?
Upstairs, I guess. I didn't see her down there, so I assume.
So, is your house,
It's 2 floors.
yeah, a basement
It's just basement.
and like a ranch? Yeah. And all the bedrooms are in the main,
Well, mine and Sabrina's are downstairs.
in the basement.
Yeah.
And so when you, and Dad was down in the basement too.
Well, I think he slept upstairs. Well, he might have slept upstairs. I don't know.
And so when you came in from the porch, you were on the main floor.
Yeah.
And where did you go directly from there? Where was your mom after that?
I don't know.
You do.
I don't.
Alex, why do you want to continue to hold this in? I mean,
Because I'm right.
well, do you really think that, or are you
know.
You're ashamed right now.
I know I'm right. So that very much is my knowledge.
Okay.
The buzzing is
What
the
if I told you that your knowledge
blood
is
pressure monitor.
like, you know how like 1 plus 1 will equal 2, and like, even if you tell me it equals 3, I'm going to tell you no, it doesn't, because it's 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay, it's kind of like, also when we have evidence and we add it all up, this is that scenario where you're trying to tell me 1 plus 1 is 3, okay, and it's not. Alright. And like I said, the hardest part is to be untruthful and to finally tell the truth. Okay.
Well, maybe a bit fuzzy now, just but
Where did you and Dad clean that gun yesterday?
the gun will be cleaned downstairs.
This is state's evidence.
Fireplace. With some towels and stuff.
Did you clean up after you were done? With towels put away and everything?
Not really.
Did the gun go back in the safe?
We don't have the key to the safe.
So where did that go?
I don't.
So you clean the gun, but then you don't know where it went. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's just
So they use the gun case as a closet.
dancing around this, and we were going to continue to confront you with the inconsistencies, okay? And that's why it just gets to the point where it's like, when is it time to just come clean? You know what I mean? Because we can refute almost everything you said, all right? And so it gets to be.
Every Friday night there's a scenario like this on Dayliner 2020, and it's always the same outcome. It's not a mysterious burglar who came in and didn't ransack your house and didn't steal anything and left with no evidence that he was there or gone. That's never the case. Okay? It's always someone that had something traumatic happen to them.
Nothing was traumatic really happened to me.
They blamed, either their family for it, or they didn't want their family to suffer, or something. I suspect that one person in your family was kind of a trigger for you, and that the other two people.
What are you saying, like, I don't like my sister or something?
Well, I don't know. It feels like maybe your sister.
She's my sister.
I know, you always say that. When I ask you if you love your sister, your answer is, well, she's my sister.
Yeah, sorry.
Not required to love anyone in life.
Families.
Especially if they're not that great to you.
Well, families are important,
right? No, I know. And so it's probably all that much more upsetting when she acts the way she does. Because family is supposed to be important.
I mean, we have our disagreements.
Yeah, I know. You think she's embarrassed of you?
Embarrassed of me?
Yeah. What? I don't know, you don't let us in. Yeah.
Is there a reason why?
Well, I love my sister. We're just not the closest.
Well, not that. I'm saying, is there a reason? Not that you don't want to sit here. You're not. You're being very cagey with us about things, and I understand you don't know us, and but again, people don't do things for no reason, and we understand that. Okay, I don't think you're a monster. I don't think you're a terrible person. I know you love your family, because when you talk about them, I can hear it in your voice. Okay.
How did your sister do at school?
Smarter than me, I guess.
Yeah. I don't really know sports or anything like that, or music, or.
In college, I don't.
Dr. Baumgartner, Cardiology, 7105. Dr. Baumgartner, Cardiology, 7105.
Grade school, we had band, and I think she did soccer. Yeah, she did soccer.
Anything in high school?
I guess same thing.
She played soccer in high school?
Yeah.
Was she any good?
Yes, I guess.
Did your parents do it going to her stuff?
Yeah.
Did they ever come to your stuff?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Well, first few years I did like sports stuff.
What sports?
Soccer. But later on I did more band and stuff.
Yeah, we can do a
Top band.
my early take on Baldwin.
Flute. My sister was also there. She was the oboe.
Yeah. Who's your sister?
I don't have the time on this one. Shouldn't run too much longer, I'm
I
hoping.
don't think so.
How about you? Date anyone?
When's the last relationship you've had? Probably high school.
Yeah. Who was that with?
Doesn't matter.
I'm just trying to learn. Annette? I'm just trying to learn more about you. If you're going to be a tough nut to crack, then I guess I'm going to have to be tough nutcrackers and just work on you a little bit. You know, it's not a big deal. I'm not, we're friends.
Did you just say if you're a tough nut to crack, I'm going to have to get some nutcrackers in here and work on you a little bit?
The more I can understand why things happen, even if it's tough for you to just come out and tell us. That's okay. That's what we do.
That's what we're trying to
I don't
do.
know much more I can say about the incident.
We don't need to talk about the incident today. That's hard to talk about. I get it. Okay? You'd rather forget it. You're not going to be able to, but I know you'd rather. You could. You could probably rewind till you went to bed last night. Things would be different this morning. Yeah. I know. You didn't really think it through that whole bit. That's the best sign of who you are as a person. Is would you take it back if you could?
Well, yeah, of course I would want time to spend more time with the family.
But
it's not like I could have been different. Other than like stay out or something.
Other than what?
Like stay out.
Stay awake. Spend more time with them.
And plan. Or something.
And plan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Figure out. He shows up. You're sitting right there.
Talk about it, maybe.
I don't know if I talk about it, but certainly it's done.
Think you had a good reason for doing that?
I don't know. Never a good reason for that.
There are better reasons. You're right, there's never a good reason, but there's sometimes they're better, and sometimes they're just more understandable. There's no way in life you haven't figured out by now that people can understand other people later. I agree. It's not really a good reason.
You guys probably encountered some mean people.
Yeah, you're not on the list. Just not. I think that when this kind of thing happens to people, there is always a reason, and so we start by looking at what would be the reason that someone would do that to your family. Okay? And when there's a burglary, which we've seen thousands of burglaries, okay, they don't shoot the people in the family. They take what they're taking.
Well, maybe like my dad found it or something.
Okay, so that might account for your dad. But that one wouldn't account for your mom. Wouldn't account for your sister. Okay, burglars don't do that ever. If they take what they're taking and they leave, if someone happens to confront them,
maybe they have some mental health with that or something.
Yeah.
That's what we thought. That was the first thing that we thought. how would we ever get that person out?
I'm not crazy.
Tell us how we get that person out then.
ID. ID.
You're a you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm talking about the person that did this.
I don't know.
Right. I know you said you don't know who. I'm just saying how we're going to get that person some help. If we could
Well,
find
we need to catch him first.
Well, let's assume we can do that. Then what do we do? What would you do to someone like this?
Probably something less than throwing it, or more than throwing in jail, but...
So this is your family. If we can find this guy that did it, and we discover he's got some sort of mental health issues that aren't being treated, what do you want us to do?
I still want to walk him up.
Okay. That's it. Just each wants to put him in jail.
I want justice served. I guess he's got something wrong.
What do you think justice is in this case?
Locked up for life.
Locked up for life, even if there's something wrong.
Well, maybe. Well, I don't know. I'm not next to it. That's the one.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, what would your opinion on that be?
Interesting line of questioning here.
Well, I guess it's normal, I guess. What do you call it? I want him locked up for the rest of the journey to get possible.
What if there's a chemical imbalance somewhere that he can't control? And that,
What do you usually do?
well, talk to people, get them help, find out what
You
the...
can still hold him accountable.
Well,
Of course.
yeah, obviously, but it can look different. You know, I mean, there's things done in cold blood, and then there's things done over where people have chemical imbalances, you know, and everybody looks at, you know, you made the comment, crazy, and I think that's not an appropriate term to call, like, mental health, you know, because now somebody has diabetes and their insulin level's low because their body doesn't create insulin. They take insulin, right? Because does that mean there's something wrong with them as a person that their body doesn't make insulin?
No, not insulin.
Okay.
Person.
Right. So it doesn't make them crazy that their body doesn't create insulin, right?
Well, no, but that's not legal.
Well, so my point is that typically if there's a history of anxiety or depression or things like that and they go untreated, what causes
At this
that
rate,
is chemical imbalance. Just like
his foot's going to heal on its own before the doctors get to it.
No, what I'm saying is people, it's not their fault. It's just like it's not your fault if you have diabetes. You know what I mean? Your body just doesn't create that. Sometimes your body doesn't create the chemicals in your brain and that it needs to. And that's why people take medication to balance that stuff out, is what I'm saying.
I bet that third officer is outside the door saying, "No, not yet. Wait. Keeping everybody
There's
out."
a lawsuit.
Yeah, really.
Well, it's an
Very
imbalance.
nice for something didn't mean to do it, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. You know, like I told you, I was a social work major in college, so I did a lot of, like, psychology classes and whatnot. And there's a reason behind why everybody does something. You know what I mean? And so that's why when I was talking to you when we first started talking is I wanted to understand why would people do something out of character? And it's...
You're asking the wrong guy.
Well, I don't think I am. Okay? And, I mean, Alex, your sister was in her bed.
Okay.
Okay. Burglars don't shoot 18, 19-year-old girls that are lying in their bed and not ransack the house and take stuff.
But, you know, there might be something wrong.
Huh?
Yeah, like you said, there might be something wrong.
That's my point, okay? So, then you would have to say, well, why your house? Because there's no forced entry, okay?
Well, some of the doors might have been unlocked.
Okay, well, Matt had talked to our boss and they were able to go, you guys live at the end of the street, right? And there's no throughway, right? So if anyone was going to come, they would have to, there's one way to come in.
There is a road behind that, which encouraging.
Well, but nobody would know about that.
Well, a lot of people use it.
Okay. Well, the point is that they've looked at the neighbors' cameras and stuff, and nobody goes to your house. Okay?
Which houses?
Well, I wasn't out there, okay, but I know that that's what, I know that, like I said, they've got quite a few officers.
You live on a cul-de-sac, right?
Dead end. So, what I'm getting at is, nobody comes and goes from your house, okay? Your cameras have been unplugged.
They have?
Water's been ripped from the wall.
They hadn't been unplugged, I don't think.
Damaged. Ripped from the wall, not just.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that more.
Okay, well, that's fine about that. But what I'm getting at is...
I know my dad manages.
Okay. I'm fine with your dad managing the camera. What I'm telling you is, nobody came on there from your house. And we have...
That we know of.
No.
Hey, good luck, Ava.
Okay,
Thanks for being here.
No evidence. As of
This will be over eventually. We'll have some more action. Some of these are slow.
came or left from your house, okay? And now we have your sister lying in her bed, shot. Your dad shot. Your mom shot. All with fatal gunshot wounds. And then you have a gunshot in your head. And,
I think I spooked him or something.
well,
Let me ask you this. After you got shot, you woke up to a bunch of shots, right?
Yeah. Well, after I got shot?
No, I'm sorry. When you woke up to a bunch of gunshots, how many do you think you woke up to?
I don't know, a lot.
A lot. We're talking 20, 10, 5, 2.
More than 10.
Okay. So, you woke up to more than 10 gunshots. Ish. I won't hold you to that. But you woke up to probably more than 5 if we want to be conservative on your memory.
Sure, yeah.
You go inside. You immediately go downstairs. So the bad guy hasn't been upstairs while you've been in the house. Is what you're saying. Because you went downstairs and immediately found him.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So your mother was found upstairs. That would tell me that already happened.
Okay.
And you went downstairs. You confronted him right by your dad, which would tell me that your sister's already been shot and that your dad's already been shot. All 3 people were shot when you confronted him. And you heard 10 shots. So in theory, if that's to be accurate, then your dad should have been shot 10 times.
How many times was she shot?
Your dad?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'll double check that later. But I bet it's not 10. Okay. Now, how long after that, you got shot in the foot, how long after that did you...
Well, I confronted him.
Yeah, you confronted him, pushed him, wrestled, you got shot in the foot. You went and called 911. Are we talking seconds later?
Let me see what I can do on the sound. Is that better?
30 seconds? Okay. 30 seconds later, you call 911 and he's out and gone. Right? I think so. How soon before this happened do you think the cameras got unplugged? I don't know. I messed with cameras. Okay.
Is that any better?
Okay, because that could tell us a lot. I don't think there's any cameras downstairs. But there's one by the garage. Yeah. So the cameras by the garage and the front door that were likely working before this happened. I think my dad's phone can access them. Oh yeah, they'll take your dad's phone and log on there. That won't be a problem. Okay.
Okay. Oh my goodness! Look at the play bar. Look at the play bar. Does it show a third of the way through?
I didn't know if this was a good time for the court to do the morning break.
We're going to be here all day long with this view.
Take a break now.
He's probably going to bleed out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning recess.
Aziz.
Approximately 15 minutes. That gets us to close to 10:45. So, again, just to remind you of the admonition that I've given you several times, and we'll see you in approximately 15 minutes.
Okay, so we've got a few things to talk about here as this is going to continue on. Let me keep the audio playing. First of all, I apologize for not fixing the audio sooner. Thanks for asking. I do have an equalizer where I can sort of tune that down a little bit. I'm practically deaf already from listening to it all morning. Hospital gets a D for service. Let's see.
You can go ahead and be seated just real quick before. Yeah, just on the record.
On the record.
All right, just real quick, now that the jury's been excused for mid-morning recess, anything anybody needs before we all take a break? Mr. Scheer?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson? All right, then we'll be off the record and take a break as well.
Okay, let's see. So, Seven says, once again, my point is proven. The Mark Johnson trial was in 1998, and the audio is 10 times better than 2020. What are I doing? Seriously. I have the same issue with, like, bank robbery videos. You know, like the security camera footage that looks like it was, filmed on a potato. It's like we should have this in 4K with 15 different angles with crystal clear audio, but instead we have this blurred image of, from through a reflective glass. It's awful. J-Kid says, hello, I'm having a hard time hearing them. Has he actually confessed by now? No, I don't think he's said anything. I think he said some things that are problematic. That may come back to bite him regarding the evidence, especially where he says he was shot barefoot. They have white carpet. Okay, so blood is going to show up. His foot is bleeding now. It was bleeding then. It didn't just start at the hospital. Anywhere he went in the house, there should be bloody footprints or drag marks if he crawled or something. There's going to be blood. And so he's saying that this is what happened. He did say that he got shot, or maybe he shot himself in the struggle. Which I think was actually good for the defense, because he could say in the struggle he shot himself, and that that would account for the injuries being he was trying to get the gun from somebody else. He was in possession of it, sort of, but still fighting over it, and the gun went off. I think that helps him, but no, he hasn't confessed. He's still saying that he doesn't know, and he's playing dumb when they say this doesn't make sense. It's not adding up. So he's sticking to his guns, but he still has not asked for a lawyer. So, and he might not for another couple hours, apparently, when he bleeds out and dies on the camera. No, just kidding. It does seem surprising. They have not done anything other than x-ray his foot and give him some meds. So he's got tetanus shot to help prevent infection on the wound, and I think he's got some more painkiller. I didn't hear what the painkiller was, and we heard he had fentanyl when he was in the ambulance. So that's what he's had so far. What order is Alex saying there were shootings, or doesn't he know? So he's saying he didn't know, and that is sort of a problem, Scarlett. He's saying he didn't know if his sister or his mom were shot, and then on the 911 call he did. He said they were shot. So there's some contradictions there he has to account for, but he's saying, I just assumed they were. because he heard the number of gunshots, and so we're not sure. There's a lot up in the air. I'm not sure if you can really pin him down yet. I don't think he's painted himself into a corner too badly on some of the stuff he said. Watching my small phone, it looks like he's got a squishmallow with stuffed animal. Okay, Patricia. He's wearing undies and a hospital gown, but that's it. And the view is not flattering, to say the least. Cameras got turned off. That's not sus at all. Okay, Katrina, I don't believe the cameras were turned off. The thing is, these are cloud-based recordings, and they only record when they see motion. They're going to get those recordings and find that there was no motion recorded, but the cameras weren't turned off. There's one camera that they say was turned off that they actually was not. So I think they missed on that one. And you saw his adamant refusal. He's like, "Oh, I didn't have anything to do with that." As well, he did have everything to do with everything else, they're saying, apparently, but not with the cameras. There was in the house an alarm system that was damaged on the wall. And he's saying it's always been like that. We just leave it there. It hasn't been used for years. So they probably saw the alarm system and said, you tried to damage the cameras, you turned them off or something like that. But I don't think the cameras are going to be, other than the fact that they didn't catch an intruder, that's not a problem for the defense. I don't think that they got turned off at all, or that it will show that they were. We want to talk about Alec Baldwin just briefly here. Let me see if there are any other questions. I gave a Homer Simpson screen when I saw that play bar remaining. Yeah, that's a long time. We're talking till after lunch. Little Miss says it's like he's performing for the camera and knows that he's being filmed. Yeah. Let's see. Why you keep getting trials that have long videos? Golden Mom, we went to this one because we didn't want the videos. We thought it was all live evidence, but apparently we've got a video. Finally, Scott's voice. That was brutal and boring. Right. The problem was I didn't want to talk over that just because it's so hard to hear. And granted, we can hear a little better. I forgot I had this. I forget what it's called, but Blackmagic Design has an incredible audio mixer, a digital audio mixer that I have access to on every single channel. And so I can tune out some noises if they're very narrow, like if it's just a high pitch whine, I can tune that out and just leave the rest of the sound. So that's what I did just a little bit here. Let's see. Goatee and a man bun. The kid is guilty just on those alone. I work hard on my potato camera. Let's see. It is a cheap body cam. The problem is there are a couple things. The body cam does really well as a body cam, and it's not being used as a body cam. It's being used to capture all the events in a room, which are happening on the other side of the room. The body cam is supposed to capture up close what the officer is doing, what he sees, his perspective. So it does well for that, but it's not great just picking up audio. And hospital rooms are not good recording studios. There's air conditioning. There's all sorts of machinery. He's hooked up on blood pressure machines. We heard that going off several times until they had their tape on him just to make sure he was stable. It's not a good room to make a recording, and you mix that with a poor camera, and they're designed, the body camera with the microphone and everything is designed to take a beating and keep working. It's more functionality over performance. So yeah, it's a combination of everything there. The clock is wrong, says Grumpy Cat. I'm showing 11:35 my time. It is wrong. 11:36. It's a few minutes off. I'd say it's about 5 minutes off. And now we're going to be triggered by that. Thanks, Grumpy Cat. My OCD is going to be triggered every time I look at the clock. Good catch, though. Let's see. We wanted to talk about Rust. It seems like I haven't seen this just from your reporting, just in the chat, that Alec Baldwin is possibly going to be charged along with the armorer for involuntary manslaughter for the shooting related to the Rust movie set incident where a prop gun had a real bullet. I will say a prop gun does not mean fake gun. A prop gun means the gun is used as a prop. It is a real gun that had a bullet in it that was not supposed to have a real bullet. It was supposed to have blanks. And some people are coming in on both sides saying this is absurd. Alec Baldwin should not be charged at all. Some people are saying, yes, it's about time. He deserves it type thing. There's a lot in this case, and there's a lot of money behind both sides in this case. So in this case, you're going to see some amazing things. If you haven't already, you're going to see a crime scene reconstruction where digitally they've rebuilt the set, and you can go around and look.
There's a lawsuit.
You can see it from different perspectives, where everything was situated. It's sort of goofy a little bit just because it's not like a movie. It doesn't look like it actually would in real life, but it's a representation that you can sort of fly through virtually and experience and see how it happened. So that'll be interesting. As far as whether or not they should charge, they've got somebody's dead and somebody's hurt, right? It's hard to have somebody end up dead and not file charges. Especially when it's, it wasn't like that person wasn't doing something. It wasn't like a police officer responding to, somebody brandishing a gun and the guy gets shot. A lot of times there's no charges filed against a police officer. They say that's justified, nothing. But in this case, it's a movie set. They're not supposed to end up with a dead body. They're supposed to end up with a reel in the can and a movie headed to the theaters. And instead they ended up with a dead body. And so you look at that and say something went wrong. Where's the blame? Where's the fault? And there's enough evidence to justify them charging him, not convicting, but charging him with involuntary manslaughter. So now it's going to be up to the jury to say, is he guilty, or is the armorer guilty? What happened? I've heard a lot of this. It's been bounced around the news as far as the armorer didn't check the gun, or the armorer did this wrong, that wrong, that Alec Baldwin should have done certain things. There are certain standards that he's supposed to follow about pointing the gun when he shoots, and that he was, they were doing this over and over, or pushing the issue and trying to get things right, and tensions were high, and there's a lot that's going to come out, but it's going to be up to the jury here to see. I don't think it's wrong to charge. I mean, they've got a victim. They've got a dead person. Someone lost their life in this incident. I don't think it's wrong to charge the people that were involved with the crime. I think involuntary manslaughter would be the correct level of crime for this, a correct level of charge. But whether or not there's a conviction, we'll have to see a lot more evidence, really, to make my mind up. Let's see. Let me catch up and see what you guys are saying about that. The guy who handed Baldwin the gun has pleaded guilty and was sentenced to no jail time. So the armorer, he pled guilty to involuntary manslaughter and was sentenced to no jail time? Or was it a different charge? Was Baldwin supposed to pull the trigger at that point? If so, I think not guilty. We'll have to go into that. They were practicing. I don't think they were rolling tape on this. It was not. It was like between shoots, video shoots. They were practicing the scene, and that happens. Baldwin claims his finger was never on the trigger. Oops, receipts show picture clearly with finger on trigger. So yeah, that would be bad. That goes against what he said. Right, I agree, High Speed Drifter, 100%. You shouldn't judge someone based on their political beliefs. Whether or not I agree with them politically has nothing to do with the case. It's not evidence in this trial. Too bad the audio can't be filtered in real time. It can. You can filter audio in real time, Richard. I can do it as it goes through. Anyone with a soundboard can do it. That's the only news I have on Alec Baldwin. Is that I heard that he's going to be charged, or has been charged. DMB, I'm trying not to draw attention to the fact that I could have fixed this problem an hour and a half ago. Thanks for pointing it out, though. Now y'all hate me. Sorry. I have tinnitus. My ears, the upper range, I hear ringing all the time. And so sometimes when there's noise on the top end, I sort of just tune it out because I always hear that. And so if there's some noise in a video you don't like, let me know and I'll see if I can fix it. The Toys R Us kid. Did somebody just change your name? Toys R Us kid? Or what were you before? I'm pretty sure that was something else. Maybe not. But if it's the first time I've seen you in chat, welcome, by the way. 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter each for Baldwin and the armorer. Scott Marshall. Okay. Did 2 people die, or was it just one? I thought it was one person plus an injury. Was it 2 people plus an injury? Somebody had to be charged. Right. I believe somebody should be charged. They've got enough evidence. You know, someone was holding a gun, pointing at someone, pulling the trigger. There's enough evidence to say there should be charged. There may be plenty of evidence to say that they're not guilty, and the jury will do their work there. Boom, boom. Nobody's above the law, the prosecutor said before the trial. Okay. Blanks look different because the front is crimped and no slug. Dummies look real, but the powder is removed and BBs inserted so they rattle. Yes, the blanks are different than... Okay, you can have a gun that fires blanks that's meant to fire blanks. Like, think of it as a starter pistol for, like, you know, a track meet. Okay, a lot of high schools, colleges, they will use an actual starter pistol to start the race. Some are going away from that now because, you know, the whole political thing. But that gun, a starter pistol, is not designed to fire a real bullet. As a matter of fact, most of them cannot chamber a real bullet in the rounds that they're firing, whether it's a 22 or a 38 or whatever the blank is they're firing. They would not be able to seat the full bullet. And it would, you know, the gun is not designed to allow something to pass through the barrel when it's fired. All the gases from the explosion are spread sideways out just by the cylinder. And they're usually a revolver too. But that would be a blank firing gun. But in the movie, they try to make it look as realistic as possible. So they'll usually use a real gun, but will use blanks, which can be fired in a real gun. Just because they're blanks doesn't mean they're safe to aim at somebody and pull the trigger. There can still be pieces of projectile. A piece of that crimping on the front of the bullet can break off when it's fired and can be expelled like a regular projectile from a bullet. Maybe plead to lesser charges. I don't think he will. I think he's going to fight this one. He definitely can afford a lawyer. I think he will hire some great lawyers. He already has, I think. And I think we'll see a very ardent defense. I see some political comments in here. I'm trying not to read them. Pickle's not politics, folks. Pickle's not politics. Let's see. I don't think I'm super wise, Lady Writer. I'm just being cautious, and I like to give everyone a fair shake. You know, it's just we don't know the full situation, and even in trial, we don't always see all the picture, the full picture. There's other information that sometimes doesn't come out, just like we're seeing in the Jensen case, where witnesses weren't asked certain questions the first time around. They might have known something, but they never got asked, so the information didn't come out. We've got to wait until the information, you know, comes out to make a decision. I'm not going to prejudge him on that one. I will say that in my situation with my training with firearms, I don't believe I would have put myself in the situation that he was in. But I'm not a movie maker. I'm not an actor on the screen, you know, trying to make it look like I'm firing a gun at somebody, which is what he's supposed to do in the movie. They don't just wave the guns around and shoot into the air. They make it look like they're shooting at somebody. So I believe that in treating every gun as if it's loaded, even a prop gun. I also believe in every time you pick up a gun and testing it to make sure it's loaded. I wouldn't take someone else's word for it that a deadly weapon that they just handed me is in a safe mode. I would want to check myself, and even then, if it wasn't safe mode, I'd want to treat it as if it wasn't safe. We've got some spammer calling.
Alliance. And the reason for the recorded call is that I have David Turner holding for you. So hang on while I get him on the line with the pre-recorded audio, okay? Is that okay?
Is what okay?
Okay. I'm sorry, this will be quick, so please stay on the line with me. Hold on.
Are you there?
Can you spell your first name for me?
David, American Police Officers Alliance. I'm just calling to let you know that they're having their fundraising drive. I'm sure you've heard.
Can you spell your first name for me?
For our police officers.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't do that game. I do support police officers in many aspects, but I don't support those groups that claim to support police officers and actually only give like 1% of the money they raise to police officers. So that's fun. I get those prank calls calls all the time. I did adjust the audio. Let's see. Armor was a young female.
There's a lawsuit.
Doesn't help the fact that he later posted a pic of him holding a gun and covered in blood. Yeah, that doesn't look good. It doesn't, but it doesn't change the what actually happened. High speed drifter. Just tape something to your screen over Alexander, and you should be good. He was executive producer, held responsible. Talking about Baldwin here. DMB, you are drawing attention to the fact that I could have fixed the problem, instead made you suffer. Toys R Us Kid says, no, I'm new here. Well, welcome, Toys R Us Kid. Hope you enjoy it here. Love the user ID. It looks like we're coming back in court right now, so maybe we'll catch up, just see if I missed anything. Check the burner phone for an article on arrest charges if you like. Thank you, Sunshine Sunflowers. I will do that here now. First, hang on. First, let me check and see if I got any FOIA request documents.
All right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody.
Nothing from California or Florida yet.
Like ladies too lazy to turn on your background.
Our jurors, counsel, Mr. Jackson,
Who
all
said that?
present, and Investigator Demminger is
It's her
still
fault.
On the stand, and I believe
I'll
we are
fix it
going
right
to
now.
pick back up with the video. Is that correct, Mr. Shear?
Please no.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Please say
All
we
right.
have a break. And AJ, thank you for the
May
super chat.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, wow. New view. No, it's the same. At least move the
What I'm
camera.
asking you is, how soon? Because those cameras were unplugged last night, in the middle of the night. More than 10 minutes before you heard the shots. That's going to throw your story right out the window, Alex.
I don't really know anything about the cameras.
I know you keep telling me that. Okay.
I'm trying to help you as much as possible.
You're not.
I am.
The guy who unplugged those cameras is responsible for doing this.
I don't know anything about the cameras.
You didn't handle the cameras?
No, I've never been used. I guess it's like an app or something.
Okay. So you haven't got it up and did you install the cameras?
No, my dad did.
Okay. Well, good, then your fingerprints won't be on any of them. Right?
Sure.
Sure what?
They won't be on them.
Okay. There you go.
Why would they?
What about
They have like batteries.
It's funny, that guy.
Yeah. I gotta get a drink real quick. Okay.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that you're in this situation. I really am. My heart hurts for you right now because I know you're hurting real bad. Okay? And you can tell me the truth.
Good cop.
I told you a bunch of times that
You haven't though, but
I have.
if you could choose how the rest of the day goes, what would you choose?
I don't know. My family back.
And you know why that answer makes me happy.
That I want my family back. Because I want them back.
That makes me happy to hear because it means that you care about your family. And I think you have been completely honest about that the whole time. Okay? I do think you love them. I think if you could resolve today this wouldn't have happened.
You guys, I've tweaked the audio a ton. Let me show you briefly what it sounds like without me fixing it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. This is normal.
Look into the possibility that that was back there, or is it just?
They have looked into that and they dispelled that already. Okay, that was the first thing they looked into, and then there was no evidence of that.
If I take any more off the top end, I'm going to start losing her voice because it's higher.
I'm sure there's a lot of pressure on you right now. And I will tell you, the second you tell the truth, that pressure, it really does. And the weight of the world is off your chest.
The only way I can my family slaughtered in front of my house.
Do you see that? She's like, wait, don't come in. I think we're getting somewhere.
When you say they were slaughtered in front of your eyes, what do you mean by that?
Well, they're dead.
Yeah, I'm very careful. I don't give out my information. Thank you, little miss. I'll keep an eye on that.
Is there anything else?
Honestly, I just want to understand why, Alex. Why you won't? What? You're not dumb. You're not dumb.
Monica, no.
So if we're on the same page with that, you don't think I'm dumb. I don't think you're dumb. Then why do we keep playing this charade of
I'm telling you what I know.
You're telling me what?
At least from what I remember.
Okay. Could something else have happened? Could you... Could something have happened that isn't what you've originally told us?
Not
You're
that
saying,
I know.
okay. Because you're saying that you remember...
Did any of the other neighbors hear the gunshots? No. Aren't they loud? They're loud.
And Alex, you make the point about when you shot yourself in the foot that...
I didn't shoot myself.
Well, you said that earlier.
Well, maybe I shot myself.
Right. You shot yourself in the foot.
Well, maybe he pulled it right.
Well, you would know that. I mean,
That's fine.
let's get back to the point of you're not dumb and I'm not dumb. Okay, you shot yourself in the foot. And then,
Sure, let's say
okay. I guess then you said it didn't hurt quite as bad as you thought it would.
no, I think it was probably the adrenaline.
Well, sure. Probably, and that's why once you get that adrenaline dumps gone, that's when you said it hurt a little bit more after that. And so, because you have to shoot yourself in the foot for it to have a story of it being an accident. You know what I mean? It's, your family doesn't.
I wouldn't do that.
Okay, but you wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to do that either, but you have to, because how can everybody else...
Why would I do something like this?
To make it look like someone else did.
But I didn't.
And Alex, every time we talk about it, I can see right now, your vein tells me that your heart's beating real fast.
Yeah, I'm getting mad.
She's got to tell.
The monitor tells me it does.
The fact that you think that I did it.
Why?
Because I didn't.
Okay. We reverse spots right now. Would you believe me?
You said you didn't do that.
Well, given what you would know Okay, I don't think they have to be to know, to say, okay, we know for a fact nobody came and went from the house. That's fact. They told us that. Just hear me out. Okay, so put yourself in my shoes. I'm sitting here and you're sitting here. You know for a fact nobody came and went. You know that there were.
I know for a fact that someone was in their house.
Okay, well, you're in my shoes now. Okay? And officers, 20 officers have been in the area. They've gone to every house. They've picked up every sort of camera footage there is. Nobody came and went from your house. Okay? Well, I'm just telling you that. So if you're sitting in my seat, talking to somebody, and then you find my sister lying in bed with a gunshot wound, fatal gunshot wound. My mom with one, and my dad with one, and then I have one in my foot. And you're sitting in my shoes and I'm sitting there.
Well, she said you
Can I have a physician pick up 2-2 to Dr. Area Anderson?
She said you fought more?
Well, in order to fight somebody off, you would have like defensive wounds or things like that, you know?
Well, maybe I spooked him or something.
Well, but if you spooked him, then when someone gets scared, then they take off and run. Versus fight over a gun, and then I end up shooting myself in the foot, and then don't know where the gun went. Okay?
Possible cut to was right hand. Very small cut. That's the only other injury we know of.
Okay. So, everything's there. Everything's at this.
Drama Llama, that happened in North Carolina. Boone, North Carolina. It's very hard to get footage in North Carolina.
But we have no other physical evidence of that.
Why can't we go look around the house? Myself.
They did. Okay. That's what I'm saying. And I think, and you, like I said,
Well, I wouldn't do something like this.
Okay. But you did.
But I didn't.
Okay. Do you think you're will always just want to live that then?
Hopefully.
What happened today?
Well, I put on my system like this. Or my friends. Or let out my system and let my friends or something. I don't want to tell anyone about how my family died.
Debbie, the surgery went well, but now you don't wish you couldn't see, right?
That man. I wouldn't have been.
What else?
I did. I've tried to make it quieter. The sounds that I have to leave are the ones in the same range as the voices were here.
What's going to happen after today? Whatever can happen. I mean, are you, has that crossed your mind or anything like that? Or
Go back home. Jail for all this.
Alex, can I help you, buddy? Can I help you so you don't have to deal with it all yourself? Today. Let me know how I can help you.
She's playing good cop. The other cop left on purpose.
Double check. Well, I don't.
the sampling rate from the recording device. He's like, are they gonna do anything to my foot? The sampling rate on the recorded device is awful. That makes me not have much room to play with to fix the audio. Thank you for whoever stopped that. Or was it maybe the computer just died? It's like, I'm not going to do this anymore. Just got a headhunter to reach out to me trying to hire me to work in Washington, D.C. There's a security analyst. Let's see. I see 5 years of experience with IT security, pen testing, intrusion detection, incident response, threat analysis, and digital forensics. Okay, got that. Experience with cybersecurity systems, tools, platforms, applications, including Splunk, Elk, Stack, Cisco Firepower, FireEye. Yeah, got all that. Knowledge of cybersecurity and overall IT architecture and design tools. Yes. Ability to troubleshoot an active security event from the detection to containment and provide recommendations. Yes. Ability to work in an enterprise team setting. Easy. Active top secret clearance. Check. BA or BS degree. Got it. And IAT level 2. I check off everything. Guys, should I take this job with the... No, just kidding. I don't want it. I don't want it. That's what I did before, and it was not fun. I don't know why the video stopped, and it apparently was me. Stream failed. I don't think we missed anything. It's failing here again, over and over. I don't know why. You guys are still able to hear. Yeah, I can see you can hear me. No, you're not allowed to leave us. Did you miss anything good? No, he's still complaining and saying, no, it's not me. Find the guy. Check the house again. He's probably still in there. They've done the good cop, bad cop thing a little bit. I'm missing. Let me switch here. Let's see if we can get a different source on this. Switch to this. Let's do a little magic behind the scenes here. Okay. All right, we're going to take this channel instead. Now I have to change all the audio up. So give me a second because I have to fix it per audio's channel. This is what it sounded like before. I'm not going anywhere. MB, that's the job I had before, basically. That's what I did for the government before, and that's what I left. But I would not work in D.C. They couldn't pay me enough because I couldn't afford to buy a house there. Even at $250,000 a year, the houses are too expensive. Okay, let's get this audio fixed. Let's see, it's coming in on channel 2. Okay, there we go. A little better. No, I'm not leaving anybody. The headhunters keep reaching out to me, and they always want me to work in D.C. or somewhere where I don't want to go. The jobs they want me to work for, they require me to be within 30 minutes of the location.
Have some, I mean, and now we don't know each other, but at this point, I'm saying we know each other better. That's not anyone that you're going to be able to talk to. If what's happening here,
Okay, bad cop's back. He left by design. He got some more information, but he also left so she could play good cop by herself. And he wants some coffee, apparently. It's not a money thing. I'm more happy doing this than I have in any of my awesome jobs I've had.
Sorry. And say you're welcome for the water. I forgot to tell you that.
I'm not sure if the x-rays were back.
Charlie Peterson. Bet 5 gifted subs on Baldwin being found guilty. Any takers? I've already got one bet out there. I believe it's with that guy for a mug that Sarah Boone's going to testify in her own defense. Yeah, she got nothing. He brought him some water, and he got some water. And she's just SOL. Okay, it looks bad, but he's actually wearing undies. Anything you see there is just your imagination. He shifted his foot, and that's why we're seeing the marks. It still has not been attended to medically. It has been x-rayed. He's had some painkillers given to him. He's got a tetanus shot, but that's it. Hey Jojo, I agree that I have issues with the admissibility, or the I guess as Matthew Harris would say, the weight of the evidence here. Not because his family was just shot to death, but because of the drugs, the pain, the condition he's in. That's what I would worry about. If his family was shot to death, I mean that is why to question him. Okay, yeah, if he was truly a victim, it's a hard time to question somebody, but when would be better? They need the facts, and they need them before they're clouded with a lot of other information. Yeah. Linda, hopefully you're just itching to run over there and shut off the monitor and click the buttons like you do. Audio's terrible. I have turned down the top end just so we lose some of the AC noise and just the high-end sound that's just piercing on the ears. I believe, Christy, I think you're right. I don't believe he ever gives in. He never confesses on this. This isn't a tell-all. He's not going to break. He's not going to spill all. Now they're just like, it's stalemate. He who talks first loses in this game. Rosie, I get some money from YouTube. I obviously get money from memberships. I get money from super chats. And I get a very little bit of money from advertising. That's what I plan to do in the future. But YouTube doesn't. I'm not like a salaried employee with YouTube at all. AJ's like, even this is too much for me. High speed. It's not thrown out. The jury is currently watching this. We're watching it as they are. So it hasn't been thrown out. The weight of the evidence, how much credit they give to it, because he was, medicated and everything. That I think that's what's still left in doubt. If we watch this, ooh, he's sitting up. That's not good. That's actually going to cause the foot to bleed a little bit more, I think, as well. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, sort of. Darren speaking to him. I think they're both playing Candy Crush, probably against each other. Yeah, his life is not in danger here. He is very stable. The rate that he's bleeding, his body's almost producing blood that fast. So he's just fine. He was 20 years old, Jojo, when the shootings occurred, and he's 22 now. Eagles pray the jury has to watch so much stuff, so much that we don't have to watch. Think of the Jensen trial. Every time when we're talking and we're just seeing the witness talk, they're seeing pictures, and so yeah, they see a lot more and gory pictures. I mean, the autopsy photos, the everything. Okay. What is the beeping? Does this mean that somebody's supposed to come in and push the button to make it quiet again and say, yes, he's still alive, or what? Oh, Bella, that sounds amazing. 1725? Oh, yeah. If there was a home site on that property, that would be incredible, especially if we hadn't been searched. The officer's like, I cannot stand this noise. I'm not sure if he knows what the button does. He just knows it makes it quiet, and so he pushes the button. Let me see if I can see the picture here. I can't see it. I can't see how much time's left. I believe we're halfway through.
Alex, stepped out for a little bit on this call. Gotta get stuff in order, know what's going on, find out, where everyone was. Huh? Your family. I wanted to find out where they all been, when they were shot. I found out. Huh? I found out where they were when this happened.
In Boone, they had a low-speed tractor chase.
What do you mean?
I don't understand how you escaped carnage in that house. Everyone in that house was shot in the head. Except for you, you've got this
Superficial.
tiny little wound in your foot. Oh, it makes no sense at all.
That's not going around with you.
But no one else is waking up, fumbling around with him. No one's running. Sister's in bed. She's got the covers over her. She got shot first. Someone was particularly mad at her. My dad came to explore, figure out what was going on. He got shot. And then at that point, it was too late. I would just shoot Mom. That's why I think Mom is the one person in this whole scenario that you probably cared most about or had the best relationship with. Otherwise, she'd have been first.
Huh?
Otherwise, she would have been first. She wasn't. I think you were probably saving Mom.
Saving her?
Yeah. From having to live without her daughter. Am I not thinking about that the way you were?
I didn't do it, okay?
I know.
Because that's when you get shot.
We need a provider to room 16 now. Provider to room 16 now.
You know that's not going to kill you.
Well, yeah.
And that's why you shoot yourself in the foot, not in the head. Because that'd kill you. You know? And you know that you shot yourself. You even told me that when you did.
Well, I didn't directly shoot myself.
Okay. Did you pull the trigger when the bullet got fired that went through your foot?
I don't remember either. You did it right.
Okay. So you might have.
Yeah.
Okay. You might have shot yourself in the foot. Okay. And then it didn't hurt as bad as you
Dr.
thought it
King,
would.
Dr. Joel, 7105. Dr. King, Dr. Joel, 7105.
Well, I was just thinking.
Right. I would be curious, like, gosh, is this going to hurt real bad? And I shoot myself in the foot too. That's the logical.
Let me see if I can show this while we're watching this.
It's not real logical to shoot yourself like in the hand or something. And with a long gun like that, you can't shoot yourself in.
Hold my hands all together.
Right. But it's, I mean, you don't want to
This
shoot
is all I've
yourself
got of the tractor chase from Boone, North Carolina. I'm going to keep the
in
audio down on
well,
the tractor
yeah,
chase, though.
I believe that you don't want to because you're afraid it would hurt too. And that's why you're surprised it didn't. But that's also why you chose your foot.
Maybe I had it over next to me. We were just taking it from them or something.
Mm-hmm. That is weird. How do you know that? Nothing. Do you think it'll work better when an entire family's been murdered in cold blood and the person responsible continues to deny it and shows really no remorse? So just hear me out.
Okay, that's all I've got. That's all I had for the Boone
That
tractor
makes it
chase.
look like intentional homicide, that you wanted to massacre a family. Whereas we've given you every opportunity, we've confronted you with all the inconsistencies and with the evidence, but you're not. Okay, so if a jury would listen to you say you're trying to help us, and then they can see the wounds in the scene and nobody comes or goes and all of that, and then you continue with this story of I'm trying to help you, it really looks pretty cold. The fact that after this has happened to your family, that you're claiming you're trying to help us. Because
Well,
we're
yeah,
Huh?
I want the guy found.
Yeah, well, we found the guy.
Found the guy?
Yeah.
Well, that's just you.
Yeah, we did.
It's not me.
Well, I didn't say it was you. Why would you say
Or
that?
is it you guys keep going back to it?
I didn't. You just told me that. I never.
Well, so you're just thinking, it hurts me. Yeah.
Well, I mean, because it's
Body of
it's not
body
We might have to find a long police chase to watch while we're listening to this. Let's do a quick vote. I'm going to put this to
we
a
make a
poll.
column of evidence that Alex did this, and evidence that unidentified male did this. And we start putting in, okay, nobody on all the surrounding cameras of the neighborhood, and given that it's like a dead-end road, nobody came or left. Okay, so that doesn't go in a column of some unknown guy showing up at your residence. We have no forced entry, okay? That doesn't really work, okay? So that goes in the Alex column also. And we have family members shot to death in the head and in bed. That goes in this column. And then we have Alex saying he might have shot himself in the foot, or it might have been the other guy. Not real sure. However, the trajectory in the evidence is going to show that he shot himself in the foot. That's going to go in this column too. So what I'm saying is, when you put all these together, we have nothing other than Alex saying unidentified male who did not break into the house and used the gun that was. He broke into a house and used the gun that was in the house. How would you know there was one in there? Makes no sense. Okay? That's because there is no man, Alex. You were sleeping. You wake up. Your sister didn't, because you shot her before she could wake up.
Alex, your sister was sleeping when she was shot.
And I can tell you don't like your sister, because you don't get any.
Well, I know that you guys are thinking that
Well, I'm a little
worked up.
Well, I'm a bit worked up the fact that you think we're that stupid. It's really offensive, honestly. It's offensive that I just spelled out
Alex,
all of the evidence to you, and that you're going to sit here and tell me, basically, I think you're dumb, is what you're saying without saying it. I think that's offensive.
Okay, Alex, you're the one that didn't lose a family.
Alex,
Okay.
listen.
Because I didn't kill my family. That's why.
The reason that this is so clear on what happened is because you didn't think it through that well.
Exactly.
And you didn't think it through that well, Alex, because I'm willing to bet that right up until the point when you pulled the trigger, you were having second thoughts. I think, Alex, that you tried to resist the urge to do this. You thought about it long and hard. Do I really want to do this? Do I really want to go through with this? And there are a lot of variables you didn't think about beforehand that we're bringing to your attention now, about when the cameras got pulled off, things like that. Okay?
Like, I should have kept the door in instead of just left it open a little bit.
There's a lot of variables. This is so clearly what happened, Alex.
I should have ransacked the house a little to make it look like somebody was trying to rob the place rather than just come in and massacre my family. That wasn't well thought out.
You didn't think it out. You didn't think it out, Alex, because there's something going on.
Okay, I will say that now that something's happening, I want to stick with this. I realize we've got a lot of you like car chases. We will have car chases, but as long as they've got questions and back and forth and we're making progress, let's stick with this a little bit.
Well, you definitely know that people don't break in to kill people that are sleeping. The only purpose for killing your sister would be that she interrupted part of the burglary. Right? This is a burglary, correct? That's
I guess.
By definition, that's what a burglary is. When someone breaks into your house Right?
To steal stuff.
To steal stuff. Okay. Obviously, you don't know what this person was trying to steal. Okay.
Well, if it's...
Okay. But by definition, I mean, that's what we look for that. If you're going to break into someone's house, that's a burglary. Okay. So then we have to figure out, once you're doing the burglary, if we're to believe that he started shooting people because they found out he was burglarizing the home. Your sister never found out. Why would you just go search every room and just start indiscriminately shooting sleeping people that haven't discovered your home? You're here.
Maybe my dad fell in downstairs.
Okay.
I believe there's a little blue button, a little on the playhead. I can't see it because I have a logo on my screen that shows me the name of the channel.
Your dad's song. Okay, I'll play that game with you. Dad's
Let
song.
me show you this.
Right? And then so he shot your dad because Dad realized he was stealing the gun that you guys cleaned yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, because Dad left it out and was careless and didn't put it away. Okay, and he happened to find,
Okay, so
there's a gun
on my screen, way up here,
that was what he was going to steal.
it says program right across where the playhead should be. It's the little marker that shows where we are in the video. So you guys can see it, but I can't. But I think we're just past the halfway mark.
Okay. That would be the most likely scenario. So now your dad's the first person shot. Okay. How does he get by you? To get upstairs to shoot your mom?
Maybe you already been up there.
You'd already been up there? If he's already up there shooting your mom who sleeps in bed with your dad, why was your dad downstairs investigating the shots?
Usually I got delayed to getting up or something because I just woke up. Right? Somebody just ran down the stairs.
You can hear somebody's crying there in the background in the emergency room.
I'm talking about your mom shot in the bedroom. She's clearly shot after Dad. If she was shot before Dad, he'd be shot in the bedroom also. These are the things
They usually wakes up earlier than her. To my knowledge. He has sleep problems.
Yeah, the sound you're hearing is in the hospital, probably another room or down the hall. Somebody's in pain.
The only scenario that makes any sense.
I'm just saying what I know.
I know. Please don't make us leave here thinking that you just did this for fun.
For fun?
Yeah. I don't think you did. I think there's a dynamic there that you don't want to share with us, that maybe at some point in your life you'll share with a counselor or a mental health professional or something about what happened in your life with your sister or your dad or something that is the answer to all of this. And people like Sarah and I would totally understand, not justified, but understand what prompted this.
I would never get that mad at my family. Right now.
Maybe you got mad at him before, recently, for something. Did she?
We have arguments.
I feel like the hot button here is it always seems to be your sister. You and your dad had a great relationship, right? Or a pretty good one? Yeah. Was he like super supportive? Was he that dad?
Yeah.
Dr. King, Podiatry, 7122. Dr. King, Podiatry,
How about
7122.
Was she super supportive?
Yeah.
Great mom
For both of us.
Mother of the year candidate. Yeah. Cook dinner all the time.
Yeah, most of the time. I'm not helping.
Sure. And then there's your sister. At what age did you realize that she was such a pain in the ass?
That soundbite. Oh my goodness.
We have our arguments, but I don't hate her.
Well, the worst thing she's ever done?
That I don't like about her?
Yeah.
Maybe the Democrat.
Did you say vote Democrat? That's the worst thing she's ever done?
Yeah.
Alex, when I ask you if you love your sister and your only response is, yeah, she's my sister.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, then there should probably, if that's your reaction, there should probably be a long list of things that she's done in her life that pissed you off. Not
We're
voting
just not
crap.
the closest.
You live in the same house. You're only, what, 2 years apart? 1.5? Okay. I'm not saying you gotta be best friends, but you're leaving something out about your relationship with her.
I'm telling you, how it is.
Did she screw you over on something? Did she tell your parents something that you didn't want them to know?
No.
Did she take the car to Tacoma when she's not supposed to? After you told her repeatedly to leave it?
No. She didn't really like driving that much, so.
Is she your parents' favorite?
I don't think my parents had a favorite. Love us both equally.
They love you both equally?
Did you believe that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't
Well, I don't know. Sometimes parents will tell their kids stuff like that, but there's a clear favorite.
No, they love us both the same. We're both their children.
When did you finish your semester in Iowa? This last one?
A few months ago?
It's June, what is it right now?
15th.
Late May?
May. Yeah. Were your grades okay?
No. Yeah. But
easy to figure that out for us, obviously. But what's not really? How many classes? How many credits were you taking? 15?
13?
13. And of those 13, how many classes did you pass?
One.
One. Okay. So you're gonna get 3 credits. I mean, if we're gonna have 10.
I just want to improve my
previous grades. Okay. Were you actually enrolled in that?
Yeah.
Okay. But this last semester, you passed 1 class.
Yeah, I didn't do so hard.
Yeah, you didn't focus. And then, what about the semester before that?
You didn't focus. He just throws that in there. You passed 1 class.
Okay. Yeah, not great. And this is your first full year at Iowa, or second? Okay. How about your first year there?
First year was good.
Yeah. So you have 1 good year.
My grades are doing so well in COVID.
Right. So your first year pretty good. Second year started to go downhill because of what?
I just couldn't be distracted.
Yeah. By what?
Just not wanting, I guess, to do it. You know how it is.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Dad's an overachiever, right? Your dad?
He does a lot of stuff, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what about mom? Is she an overachiever?
Yeah, I guess.
Sister?
I don't really know her grades.
Sure. She strike you as an overachiever?
Well, she works on stuff, I guess.
Stuff, but you don't necessarily work on stuff, obviously, otherwise you pass more than 1 class. You sound like you're throwing your money down the toilet.
This was thinking of taking a break.
Was the break your choice, or was it dad's because he didn't want to waste his money on you anymore?
He promised to pay half my college.
he going to try to back out on that?
I'm thinking that's a timestamp in the bottom corner, because the time in the corner seems to line up with the time on the wall and the red LED clock just on the other through the detective now. So I don't think that's the. I think that's an overlay from the body cam.
Was that where some of the conflict comes in?
Well, if he wants to justify making mistakes, that's my fault.
You make mistakes, it's your fault.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, Boston?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's my mom's one? I guess I'll have her mom. This would be
a helicopter mom.
Yeah.
They had said originally they wanted about 15 minutes with him to not treat him because they want 15 minutes, but now it's just going on and on. The foot's almost healed. By the time the interview's over, he's just going to get up and walk out.
Well, I just think that this, I think we're getting somewhere. I think this school thing is part of the problem. I don't want to pay thousands of dollars for my kids to go piss it down their leg in Iowa because they don't want to get focused. Okay? They want to live in my basement, play video games with their friends all the time instead of study like their sister.
I think he nailed it right there.
Right.
I think that's the parents
Well, what's
probably
your
confronted him on that.
alternative to living in mom and dad's basement?
Well, I was looking around for jobs.
When's the last time you had one?
At university. For this food court.
At the food court at the university?
Yeah.
Why don't you have that one anymore?
Because I stayed home this semester to do it all right.
Okay, so it's been a while since you've worked at the food court at the university.
Yeah.
So there's no evidence you're making much progress in life at all at this point. At some point, I gotta assume, since you got into Iowa, you were moderately successful in school and in life.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't just let anyone in.
AJ, I'm the same way. I often say things without thinking it through, personally.
And that's the root cause of...
It's gotten me in trouble many times.
And that something might make perfect sense to Sarah and I.
What's that?
I don't know. Quit making me guess. Jeez, dude, you know how hard this is?
You know how hard this is? It's not easy being an investigator. For not lawyering up, he's doing a pretty good job holding the line.
You know what? Not about last night. Not about last night yet. That's not what I'm asking about. What happened in life? What got you here today? What was it?
How I manage my life. Is my concern. Not really yours.
Well, Alex, I think that's what Pat's trying to say. That's a big burden carrying on your own, and clearly you've been doing that.
Good Cop's back. They switched roles.
I think that kind of gives us, I'm seeing it now a little more, as the pressure that you've had on you. You're 20 years old, and you're, I don't know what I'm hearing from that part of the conversation is that you're not sure what you want to do yet, but you're feeling pressured like you gotta do something, and everybody's riding your ass, and they make you feel like you're a loser and not successful and haven't accomplished anything. Whereas you're 20 years old and you just don't know what to do yet. And now, well, how do they not understand that? I get that. I was there. When I was in college, I didn't start out as a social work major. I started out as an education major. I changed my major. So I was your age. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I thought I did.
Just what I did.
You know, my mom was understanding and let me work through it without writing me about it or making me feel bad about it. And kind of from what I heard you just say is, if that's what happened in your scenario in the last few months, that would be unbelievably stressful. Trying to find a place to work, trying to figure out what you want to do with your life. Sure. I get that. And that's what I've been trying to tell you since the first second I talked to you. There's a reason behind everything, and I understand a lot of things. And now I'm glad
she's on his side.
I understand that part. Because that's frustrating. It's your life. You should get to choose what you want to do. You know, I was an education major because my grandma was a teacher, and she wanted me to be a teacher. So I started out as an education major, and I hated it. And so now I'm going, well, shit. She's going to be mad at me if I don't want to do this. But I want to be a cop. And so I had my family, luckily, supported me and didn't make me feel bad about not wanting to do what they wanted me to do, because they wanted me to be a teacher. And I got to do what I wanted to do, and I love my job. Because had I not gone down that path, I wouldn't understand people the way I do now. And I know that nobody does anything just on a whim, for no reason. There's always a reason behind things. And that's what I've been trying to explain to you. And it sounds like Matt did a heck of a job talking to you about that. And you know what? I'd be a little pissed off too. Truthfully, I would. Because you're only 20. You're not expected to have your life. I wouldn't expect you to have your life figured out. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
But I don't really see what it has to do with the murder.
Well, the pressure.
Oh, I've been pressured into doing this?
No, just the pressure that your family's put on you. You know? That's not fun feeling like you're the big brother.
He was a freshman or a sophomore in school, in college.
Disappointing your family. You know? I've been there too. I'm sure Matt has. I don't know, but I'm guessing he's been there too. And that's a crappy feeling. And I don't know the extent of it that the pressure got put on you, but if it was a lot, it can be hard to handle. You know?
Well, I'm still here.
Well, but Alex, the problem is you handle it all on your own. I don't think you've ever talked to anybody about it or opened up to anybody about it. Probably not even your mom and dad. Maybe your mom will.
I can try to get closed caption, but usually it's really bad when the audio's poor.
Sabrina's successful at what she does, but
I've got to do it on screen here, so just a second.
Really that successful.
That's a great story from what I want to do.
Okay.
If I want to go move garbage, I can do that.
Okay.
He just wants to know, you know, he just wants me to know, like what he did, you know, or else
I want you to know it's not repeated.
Well, yeah, kind of like you went on a college grad, so.
Right, so he expects you to do that.
So I'm not getting any closed captioning coming through.
Yeah.
Are you guys seeing it?
And that's maybe not
Oh, there
what
it is.
you wanted to do, is it? Do you feel like if you didn't go down the college path, you'd be disappointing them?
Not really.
Is there something personal with you? In this day and age, I mean, and if I'm off base on this, I apologize, but also I know a lot of people that come from a lot of different backgrounds, and when it comes to anything like sexuality and stuff, and that is a tremendous amount of pressure that people have to deal with, and being accepted and whatnot.
He has not cracked yet.
You know? And
I don't have anything to hide about my sexuality.
okay. You like women?
Sure.
Do you like men?
Not that way.
Hmm?
Not that way.
Or would you just rather not be with a man or a woman?
But I'm normal.
What's that mean?
And I guess straight.
Okay.
So that's never been an issue with your family or anything, right?
The cops are fishing for possible issues that he may have had between him and his parents right here.
So I think my
Differences of opinion. I think they've missed on this one.
Sometimes people struggle with coming out to their family and things like that, and I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. So if that was the case, you know, since you're not telling us, I wanted to cover that.
I don't know what he just grabbed.
Did you have anything coming up in the future? Like appointments or job interviews? Anything on your schedule coming up?
Anywhere in notification.
When's that supposed to
Summer, kind of.
And you can go to Oregon to visit family. Who are you? You said everyone's out there. Who's everyone?
Everyone on my mom's side. I don't really know about my dad's side.
He could lawyer up at any moment, but he hasn't.
These are biological parents.
That
Okay. And same with your sisters. Why do you think you don't know anything about that side of the family?
I think I live in Arizona or New Mexico.
Does he not have a relationship with them?
I don't know. He just never really opened too much. Why is not really in contact?
He has had his rights read to him.
I think his mom just speaks Japanese. I don't know if he can really talk about it.
So your grandmother's Japanese?
Yeah. And my mom's Japanese. I think all of them are Japanese.
The noise level's making it hard for the automatic closed captioning to pick it up. Occasionally you'll hear something and type it on the screen, but not often.
College? I think or no. After college, I think golf.
still golf? Did they still golf?
No. I didn't get along here, but.
How was their relationship?
Huh?
How was their relationship?
Great. Great college.
Your college.
That's definitely one we're going to watch.
Did your sister have any bad relationships?
Not really.
So their relationship's great. Your sister's is great. So here's what we need to abandon right now.
What state was the Russ shooting in?
Okay. I think there are some personal reasons why this happened, and I think you got all the answers bottled up inside. But hold on, listen. What we need to do is, though, is your official story to us has always been, and you've stuck to it for now, is this is a burglary. Okay? Even though there's zero elements of a burglary to it. Okay? I keep telling you that because that's important you understand that. Having worked hundreds and hundreds of burglaries and seen hundreds and thousands of burglaries, maybe not hundreds of thousands, but having seen a lot, okay, they all start to look the same after a while. You know? It's like the difference between a Van Gogh painting and a little kid's watercolor, you know, or finger painting. It's pretty obvious the difference between the two. Okay? No one would confuse the two. Okay? This does not have any elements of a burglary. Has all the elements of an intentional killing of people, and so for us,
They might have had some real estate or something.
Did he?
I wouldn't think so, but
Again, there'd be a forced entry in the house and whatnot. That's the part you didn't think about. You should have kicked the door to make it, well, I'm just saying, or at least ransack the house.
Should have kicked the door in.
And you're probably going, wishing you would have now. Because you know.
what do you guys think?
What says burglary about this other than what's coming out of your mouth? Nothing. And you know that.
I guys think it's
Well,
The reason, again, I think I mentioned this before, but the reason that this isn't more well thought out or well planned is because it's probably not as premeditated as it kind of seems like. Okay. People don't think about these things for weeks and years or whatever and plan out every detail.
well, the ones that do that's by far premeditated murder and not a spur of the moment something came over somebody.
You decided after dinner last night that, hey, I can't deal with life, I can't deal with them, I can't deal with whatever. That's far more understandable than thinking that you sat and stewed about this for months. Planned this out, decided everything. I know. Well, that's probably what we're going to take with us when we leave here today. Is the thought that
Are they leaving today or tomorrow?
we're going to write down it all. Of course. We would write down more. You said more. You explained more or gave us some inkling of other than, you know, basically you're probably being disappointed again.
really
Because now it's the problem when we walk away from here is that's all the information that we got from you, coupled with what else we have.
I hope we find
Okay.
something else.
Well, because if we don't, now the fact that we've talked to you for about 2 hours, and we've given you more than every opportunity to complain, and if you don't, we don't have these conversations again. And then what it looks like is that you're just a cold-blooded killer and a liar. Whereas, I mean, that could be the truth.
Yeah.
But if that's not the truth, if you're not a cold-blooded killer, you're not a liar, I would like to be able to go put that down on paper and say, he has remorse.
So
He didn't mean to do this.
One of the first things we did is we tried to follow up on your story. That's seems logical, right? Go find this other guy that was in your house, shot and killed your family that you told the dispatch about.
You told the dispatcher your mom was dead.
Well, there's mentions.
Well, doesn't mean she was shot. You know how you told the dispatcher that? Because you knew it. Because you saw her.
That's the strongest point they've got there.
Well, you did when you pulled the trigger. And I know that pisses you off to hear it, but it pisses me off that you're making me have to say it.
This is what you think I did.
I don't think you did it.
You don't think I did that?
I know you did it.
This is a body cam that's been taken off and set on the table. Police officer.
Nobody gets an injury like that.
Okay, people that shoot yourself in the foot, that's what, you know what, when people accidentally get shot in the foot, it goes straight in the ankle. I've seen it.
They don't shoot themselves in the top of the foot unless they're going, oh, well, I gotta be shot too, but I'm not gonna shoot myself in the head. I shot my family in the head, but I'm not gonna do that to myself. What I'm gonna do is, okay, what's gonna hurt the least? So I don't have the courage to do anywhere else. So you shoot yourself in the foot because you think that's gonna hurt the least. And then you make the comment, you know, it really didn't hurt as bad as I thought it would. Because you thought about how bad this is gonna hurt when you pull the trigger.
Well, I thought previously, you know.
You thought previously?
You saw it before, you know.
Okay,
You
yeah.
had some.
Well, I don't sit there and go, okay, this is gonna hurt.
Oh, I didn't do that.
Well, and then you were pleasantly surprised that after you shot yourself in the foot, it didn't hurt as bad as you thought it would.
Are we getting a break? You can see that little play bar.
Mr. Scheer was anticipating me. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're right at about noon. We will take our lunch break now.
Man.
So I'd ask that you be back here ready to go
Aziz.
by 1:15. And again, just to remind you of the admonition that I've given you pretty much every time we break in. So
We
had a
break in?
break. So
Made a new word.
enjoy your lunch break, and we'll see you this afternoon.
Okay, so just doing some preliminary checking on the Rust case, because that's in New Mexico. New Mexico is actually a good state for video cameras in the courtroom. Their Rule 23-107-12-20 from 2018 says that broadcasting is authorized.
All right, go ahead and have a seat.
Let's wait. Let's let him say. Make sure there's nothing else on the record.
Step down if you'd like. Just for the record, Mr. Scheer, anything the state needs at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson? All right.
Yes, here we go. Something.
Hold on. If you want to turn on your microphone.
That would be great.
Go ahead.
Okay, the judge looks like he was asleep. He's just waking up. Oh. Okay, come on, what you got? Out with it.
At the, it looks from my notes, it was at the 10:58 mark. Was it also at 10:30?
Okay, crank the volume here.
I had it at the 10:58 mark. Sarah Lucina says, but you did. But Alex, every time we talk about it, I can see right now, your main tells me that your heart's beating real fast. Yeah, because I'm getting mad, Alex says. And then Sarah Lucina says that the monitor tells me it does. That was one of the parts that was supposed to be taken out per the court's order, per our agreement.
Well, and I heard that and I went back and looked. I mean, the parts that I granted your motion limine to were the specific ones that you emailed me about, and I do not see that one in there. There was the heart rate issue you identified was from 10:13:55 to 10:16, in the email. So, I mean, my order did not address anything beyond the specific portions that were specifically objected to.
So defense missed it.
Correct, Your Honor, and obviously we don't have a word transcript, but that was something that we did not intentionally do, was something that we didn't even violate the order because we weren't even aware of it.
I thought the state had, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Brown.
thought that Mr. Scheer had said that he'd found another place where it occurred and that was being taken out too.
That was in reference to the 1016 spot. There's two spots that the court ordered between 1013 and 55 and 1016, and so those were the spots that I was referring to.
So it was said twice in that interval?
Yes.
All right. So, again, I mean, I can't penalize or fault the state for something that they weren't ordered, you know, for violating an order that doesn't address what the issue is. So, I mean, I understand the issue, but again, my order did not encompass the section that we're talking about here.
I might be able to put some
Mr. Johnson, any further record you want to make on that
something
issue?
over the video for those of
Not
you
at
that
this
are,
time, Your Honor.
that are
All right.
asking.
Mr. Scheer, any further record?
No,
when we
Your
come
Honor.
back.
All right.
It'll be sort of
Anything
crude,
else on the
but
record?
We'll see.
No, Your Honor.
All right. It will go off the record just for my edification.
How much longer? He's like, just for me, how much longer is this? Please tell us on the record how long this is going to take. We don't know. Okay, so in the Rust case, I was saying that it actually looks good for TV coverage. It's at the discretion of the court, as it is in pretty much every state that allows it. But it says live coverage of proceedings shall not be limited by the objection of counsel or parties. That means that Alec Baldwin can't say we'd like to have this not televised and have it not televised. So if it is limited, the Supreme Court reserves the right to individual courts to limit or deny coverage for good cause in light of the guidelines with the rule, which have to do with control of conduct of the courtroom, decorum, fair administration of justice. I will say they're a little more strict on who they allow as media. So they basically, the court gets to decide if you're media or not. They don't view citizen journalists as media, so it's harder to get in that way. But they also only allow a single camera with a single camera operator. So it'll be similar to this feed we're seeing right here. They also do allow 2 microphone pickups that are in the court as well. So in theory, you might be able to have 2 mics placed, plus the camera can have an onboard mic. Usually that's how it goes. So it's possible to get audio that way. So we should have good audio when the Rust case goes forward, when the Baldwin case goes forward. And it should be televised as well. And I'm sure there will be a lot of interest that way.
No, Your Honor.
I'm not sure what they're doing right here. And the camera says, fine, we're going to go to lunch. All right, so we did get objection out of that because of the heart rate monitor issue. Put a smiley sticker over his no-no area. I'm going to try to do that. The problem is it has to do with how many upstream keyers I have available on my switcher, which is a little technical. But one is used for me, my video right here, and one is used for the chat. So I'm not sure if I can do the chat, me, and the sticker at the same time. But we'll see. I might be able to just put a video. Maybe I won't. It's a little harder than I thought. I'll play with it. Okay, it's lunchtime, right? Use a jar of pickles. Yeah, we can have something to cover it, right? Let's see if I can get a pickle picture. That sounded bad. This is a shortened version. Is that what they said? Yeah, they've cut some parts out, but it was very short. I think they cut out, a few seconds here, a few seconds there. can't unring that bell. The jury's heard it. They have. Just making sure I didn't miss any comments. I think we're good. All right. I could put my head there. This is not the preferred method. Let's put it that way. But I could be in the middle of the screen and block the view. Okay, sounds good. All right, so that's good news. We're going to go ahead and take lunch now. You've been dying to take lunch. I've been dying to take lunch. Just get up and stretch and move around a little is it's time for that as well. Okay, so we're going to be back with part 2 of this video. Hopefully it doesn't take all day. I hope we get some more action here. I don't think he's going to break. I think we've seen about as much as we're going to get out of this. There might be some more frustration on the part of the investigators as he holds the line and does not budge. So far, he's saying he's innocent. Says there's still an intruder. Go find him. Arrest him. It's not me. The cops don't believe it. So we'll see where this goes. If you need more legal content over the lunch break, nothing helps digestion during the lunch break like watching Matthew Harris explain legal principles on the YouTube channel. Please go over and check him out. Amazing lawyer, amazing friend of the program. Give him a quick watch. Watch a couple views. Make some comments. Thumbs up on that. You won't regret it. In the meantime, between times, we're going to be back shortly, probably about an hour. I think about an hour we're going to be back. Usually they come back at 2:15 my time. So we'll be back about 15 minutes before they come back. If anything happens that you think we need to know about between now and then, please reach out to me on the burner phone. Let me know. We'll try to keep everyone appraised of all the happenings in the world of true crime. So please, in the meantime, hug everyone you love, make them happy. Tell them you love them. Smile at somebody, make their day just a little bit better, and stay safe till after lunch. So enjoy your lunch, guys. We'll see you then.
You especially won't go to court if it's bullshit charges because you get them thrown out.